Okay, I have a very small questions to you, Solita. So you mentioned that for deciding insurance product, the reputation of insurance company is very important thing, right?
Yes.
Do you have any case or examples that how insurance companies are doing for improving their reputation, like CSR, business, or ESG, or something like that? Do you have any opinion?
Thank you for your question, Soyeon. For the company reputations, I may give the example about the maybe Tipaya insurance company. They will improve their reputation by giving charity. For example, in the case of COVID-19 pandemic, they will they will support the people who have the effects from the COVID-19 by providing them the food, or maybe help them with the financial support to help them recover from the loss of COVID-19. Yeah, something like that. They can. It help them to to promote to other people and let other people know about their performance, know they about their company. So when people they see the logo or the movement of the company in the social media or in the television, so they can recognize, and when they will decide to buy motor insurance or health insurance, they will think of this company first.
Thank you for sharing your opinion.
Yes.
I think there will be no more questions. And thank you, Solita.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. And next Mr. Kuntia from Royal University of Phnom Penh and Ministry of Tourism in Cambodia. He will present about his paper entitled to Investigation on the Role of Insurance in Travel and Tourism Industry, on analysis in Cambodia. Yeah, you can share your screen and please make your presentation.
Hello, Soo-young. Can I start now?
Yep.
Okay, let me share screen first. All right, hello everybody. Do you see my slide on the screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so good morning from Cambodia. My name is Pirom. I'd like to present my research findings on investigation on the role of insurance in the travel and tourism industry. And this is the case for an analysis for Siem Reap Angkor tourist destination in Cambodia. This is just a preliminary result. There might be some changes from my supervisor under supervision from Professor Hong Ju Jung. All right, my presentation will cover 6 important points. The first, I will talk about the research background. And second, my research aim, objectives and questions. And third, I will talk about a brief literature review related to my topic. And fourth, research methodology. findings, and finally with conclusion and discussion. Now, I'd like to a brief overview of the research background that related with insurance and travel and tourism in Cambodia. It is actually, tourism is one of the important sources to develop economy for many developing countries. As United Nations World Tourism Organization claim that is an important sector to develop economy. Also in Cambodia, tourism is one of the important sector to develop the economy. However, tourism does not come without a cost. There are concerns over possible risk in this travel industry. When you travel, when you get out of the house and get into transportation, you face possible risks. For example, in Cambodia, there are 5.4 people die every day because of travel accidents. This is based on a report from UNDP that cause more needs in travel protection. Therefore, there should be mechanisms to avoid travel accidents in addition to the existing traffic law. Also, Cambodia received by 2019, 6.6 million international tourist arrivals. That increased 6.6% compared with 2018. So tourism, travel and tourism in Cambodia developed increasingly, except for COVID-19 pandemic. Now, I'd like to introduce my research aim. The aim of this research is to investigate on the role of the insurance of the travel and tourism industry, specifically as an analysis for Siem Reap, Angkor as a major tourist destination in Cambodia. So in order to achieve this aim, there are two main research objectives. The first objective is to examine how important the insurance that playing a role in contributing to travelers' holidays. The second objective is to investigate how the insurance can mitigate the risk of travel accidents, in particular for tourist destination in Siem Reap and Angkor in Cambodia. So in order to achieve this, the aim of the research, we have two main objectives: the role of the insurance and also the travel, the insurance that can mitigate the risk of travel accidents. In order to achieve the research objectives, there are three main research questions. First, how does insurance play a role in contributing to the traveler's holidays? Second question, to what extent that purchasing insurance can reduce the risk of travel accident? Then the third question, why do travelers decide buying insurance during their holidays? These are three main research questions, and I have a number of questions in my in-depth interview with the key informants. Okay, I just provide a brief summary of the literature review. There are a number of research findings and studies focusing on insurance and related with travel. So insurance is basically the financial agreement that transfer risk of the insured loss to a risk pool administered by an insurer. So we understand the basic what is insurance all about and related with the travel and tourism industry. Secondly, I put it here that the traditional insurance specializing in risk transfer that differs from the other risk management methods, such as risk retention, risk control, or risk avoidance, that insurance focuses on risk pooling and sharing among the insurance system. And finally, I put a point in here that most popular risk management tool that is classified into private or public risk, insurance, life and non-life insurance, in individual and group insurance, and so on. A lot of studies focusing on the insurance related with travel and tourism. And also researchers focus on consumer decision-making process on their risk reduction strategies in tourism. And also in the literature review found that tourism is one of the largest industries in the world. And however, It can also be the least protected industry. And this is why we conduct research in insurance and tourism. In addition to financial related risk, tourism industry can face unpredictable risks such as crime, fire, health concerns, terrorism and travel dilemmas, weather, etc. Now I move to slide number 10. If you can see on slide number 10 that people are more risk adverse attitudes and more likely to purchase insurance. Research has been focusing on risk and uncertainty in making decisions to visit destinations. So a lot of studies that focus on why they travel and why they buy insurance and why they are concerned over the risk that might occur during the traveling. So to travel is to take risk. Travelers often take risk when that they would not take at home. When you stay home, no risk. But when you travel, there is risk. So concerns over traveling, and therefore important role of insurance here that can play. For my research, mixed method is the research methodology. The mixed method here involves the secondary data. So I collected a report on travel accidents and existing accident reduction strategies. And for primary data collection, I collected data from in-depth interviews. So I interviewed with 5 main companies in Cambodia that provide travel insurance. And for the data analysis, I use content analysis for the emerging content and important point from the data collected, focusing on the main theme, the emerging from the data, and bring them into a written report descriptively. Now, I'd like to show you the research findings. The amount of the insurance premium in 2020 has increased 7.3% compared with 2019. This is an increase from the premium paid to the insurance company, and this amount of premium increased from $253 million to $271.5 million US. Even the amount of the premium is not that much comparing with the neighboring countries in ASEAN region, but in Cambodia that is a lot and increase interesting numbers too. The insurance has developed with economic growth together, as research found as well. For the economy development in Cambodia that caused the increased consumption of the insurance. Another findings in my research is that life insurance in Cambodia takes 56.1%. That's more than half of the insurance buying in Cambodia is a life insurance, and the general insurance took 41.9% of the whole market share. And another 2% is just micro insurance. All right, this report took from the Insurance Association of Cambodia, updated lately. In 2019, Cambodia reported nearly 13,700 casualties and more than 2,000 people were killed in traffic accidents, with an average of 5.4 people die every day. These days, COVID-19 kills people around 20 people per day. But for traffic accidents also causing a large number of people that die because of traffic accidents, and this is one of the main reasons that people traveling, when they get out of the house, and they like to have insurance with them. Another finding shows that, okay, if you see on slide number 15, I have KI1, KI2, KI3, KI4 and KI5. That is key informants from key informants that I interviewed. Key informant 1, key informant 2, 4 and 5. I just quote the emerging themes that they provide from the interviews. Like key informant 1, owning a travel insurance can build more confidence in traveling. So that means a number of travelers that buy insurance from this company, they provide the fact that if you buy the insurance, you can be more confident. When you travel, you keep in mind that you have insurance. So it might be okay, keep calm and traveling. For the key informant 2, travel insurance can protect their finance. So we have seen that insurance and finance play a big role together, that insurance can develop the finance sector. So from this company also mentioning that insurance can protect the tourist finance, can support in case that they lose their accident. In that case, they can provide financial support. From key informant 4, I quote, insurance is very important for tourists because it covers accidents, treatment, and other medical reimbursement for them. So in this case, a number of travelers face traffic accidents, and the insurance company pay back what they have lost, and get hospitalized, and they pay for the treatment daily or a whole package. So in this case, key informant 4 mentioned their responsibilities for their consumers paying back the treatment and the cost of the hospital. For key informant 5, moreover, I quote, travel insurance does not only cover travel accidents actually, but also compensate the loss of passport, the loss of baggage, the loss of other belongings. So in this case, in this findings show that the insurance plays a very important role in supporting travelers, travel and tourism, because when they lose things in their belongings, the insurance company can compensate, can handle and help support the travelers. Here, insurance can contribute to the enjoyment during the holidays. However, there is another company in my findings. I quote from key informant 3 that even though some tourists who buy an insurance for their trip, the family member can receive only some amount of money back from the death of the insured tourist and the trip is over. So only one insurance company that cannot guarantee 100% if you die because of traffic accident, we can only provide you the amount of money back to the family or relatives of some people that can, those are beneficiaries from the death of the insured tourist. All right. So in my discussion, first I put it here on slide number 17. Having insurance is very important when traveling in Cambodia because a lot of accidents can happening along the road. Travel insurance can really cover travelers when they have serious accidents. So buying an insurance is important. Many tourists are suggested to buy insurance package. Secondly, vast majority of findings show that important role of having insurance while traveling on holiday. A vast majority, not 100%, but more than 50% showing insurance plays very important role in travel and tourism in Cambodia, traveling to destinations. Thirdly, the increase of travel accidents can lead to more needs in travel protection. A lot more accidents happening every day. A lot more people killed because of traffic accidents. So it's better to have your travel protected, and to have your travel protected, buy an insurance package. Lastly, although tourists cannot be guaranteed to be alive from travel accidents, but owning an insurance can build more confidence in traveling. So my research found that even though we cannot guarantee you have accidents, you can be killed, but just have an insurance with you, you are more confident in traveling and enjoy your holidays. So many travelers are suggested to have an insurance so that they feel confident in traveling. In my conclusion, travel insurance plays a significant role in tourism. That's because travel insurance ensure protecting tourist finance. That's because travel insurance can build confidence during the trip. Okay, be confident in travel and enjoy the trip. That's because travel insurance can mitigate concerns and risk. It can mitigate, you have a lot of concerns over traveling in general in holiday, but at least it can mitigate and feel more relaxed and traveling and enjoy the holiday. Finally, travel insurance can contribute to overall satisfaction of tourists visiting a destination. However, there is a limitation of my study. The results from this study focus only on supply side. So what the data that I, as a researcher, collected, mainly from the insurers, from the insurance company, that is from the demand, I mean, from the supply side. So there should be another study focusing on demand side. I mean, I didn't collect from the tourist perspectives or consumer perspectives. Therefore, next research should investigate the relationship between the insurance and tourism involving perspectives from the tourist. I mean, we need more perspective from consumers buying insurance and to what extent that they think about the relationship between insurance and their traveling. All right, so I think that's it for my presentation, and this is the reference that support in the study, and a lot more references in the whole report. And thanks for your attention and paying listening to my presentation. Welcome for questions and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Piron, for your presentation. Is there any questions from floor? If you have any questions, please unmute your microphone and ask your question to Mr. Piron. Okay, so you had a research about the tourism insurance in Cambodia, right? So I have no idea about insurance market in Cambodia. Yeah. And as far as I searched it on the other ASEAN countries, I mean, at the beginning of the insurance development, like Myanmar and Laos, their insurance market share, if you see their insurance market share, non-life insurance market share is much bigger than life insurance. Is it same as Cambodia? Do you have any idea about the market share in Cambodia?
Yeah, that is a good point, Su Young. I'd like to show one slide one more time that I have statistics on the market share and type of insurance. So I have here, but right. Okay, so if you see on my slide number 13, the life insurance in Cambodia cover 56.1%. That's the life insurance, but in general, insurance took 41.9%. The life insurance cover your health, your traveling accidents too, but for the general insurance in the market share, because lots of people have in Cambodia, you can say loans that they borrow money from the bank, and so they require to purchase insurance covering their properties, their cars, their houses, things like that. But for in the whole market share, life insurance is more than 50%. I can say that is yeah, the biggest market share in Cambodia. However, comparing with Thailand or Myanmar or even with Vietnam, it's still quite small if we talk about the insurance industry comparing with our neighboring countries.
So you find the statistics from the Cambodian ministry website, right? Because I couldn't find any statistics about Cambodia in Swiss Re website or other sites. So you found that in Cambodian site, right?
Yes, right. There are two main type of data that I collected from my main questions in the in-depth interview. I collected from the insurance company from the in-depth interview, but from statistics such as travel accidents and market share like this, I collected from line agencies from the government.
I see.
And it is trusted. We can trust on the source.
Okay. Thank you for sharing your opinion. And thank you, Mr. Piru, for your presentation. And next we have Ms. Sesumon from Yangon University of Economics in Myanmar. She will present about the analysis of the factors affecting on customer adoption of life insurance in Myanmar. Please welcome Ms. Sesumon, and if you are ready, please share your presentation file and make a presentation.
Please let me share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Good afternoon and good morning and good afternoon. Firstly, may I introduce about myself? I'm Desumon. I'm from Yangon. I have been working as assistant lecturer, Department of Commerce, Yangon University of Economics, and also I have been learning about insurance sector at Songtsengan University. Firstly, I would like to say thanks for joining at 2021 K-ASEAN Risk Management and Insurance webinar. I feel happy for this opportunity. Today, I would like to present about analyzing all the factors affecting on customer adoption of life insurance in Myanmar, a state or Yangon region. And then content is include 10 introduction, overview of Myanmar insurance industry, literature review, objectives of the study, hypothesis of the study, conceptual framework, research methodology, analysis and finding, conclusion and suggestion. And then introduction. We face many types of risks in our daily routine activity, including our life, health, and property, and so on. Risk is a term that we use to refer to the chance of suffering a loss as a result of uncertain events. Insurance is considered as a tool of managing risk and providing financial security. Therefore, insurance is something lucky for us. Insurance is regarded it regarded as the more precious asset Life insurance is considered as one kind of measure to provide financial protection to a person and his family at a period of uncertain dangers or any disaster such as sudden death or accident. Union report of 2014 Myanmar Population and Housing Census showed that Myanmar total population was over 51 million people as 29 March 2014. But Myanmar has the lower penetration in terms of insurance in ASEAN. Currently, the insurance market penetration in Myanmar is a slow base or 0.13%. The penetration rate of general life insurance stands at 0.1% and 0.03%. Now, life insurance sector is being a very young market. There is not fully developed, but there is a huge potential for growth. Insurance sector is important as part of the development of country economy and is a major sector to national gross domestic product. Another thing is in our Myanmar people have lack of awareness about the benefits of insurance. No one in our country how to apply the benefits or insurance. Therefore, this study aims to analyze the factor affecting on customer adoption of life insurance. And then overview of Myanmar insurance industry. Insurance has been sold in Myanmar since the middle of 19th century, but for the first 100 years, the sector was controlled by foreign companies. At the time, there were 8,200 insurance funds in the market. In 1984, the role of foreign companies started to decline quickly. Since 2030, the government liberalized and started allowing the private sector to provide insurance service for the development of insurance sector. Now the country has a total of 25 located foreign insurance companies which are currently operating in Myanmar insurance sector. Among 10, 17 are life insurance companies and 8 are general insurance company. This is a life insurance company in Myanmar. There are 9 local company. Myanmar insurance is state-owned company. There are 5 foreign company and 3 joint venture company. About literature review. Life insurance product and compare risk sharing saving components and household may receive it as a sophisticated package that satisfies several needs at the same time rather than being only a risk agent tool. One of the main purposes of life insurance was to protect banded against financial hardship in case of a premature death of a witness owner. Buying life insurance as a nowadays began an attractive alternative for investment covering an amount of life-related risks and necessity after the retirement of policy holders. Let's move to next slide. Theory of planned behavior, TPP was introduced by KASEAN in 1985 and its father developed the theory of reason action by acting a new period called passive behavioral control. TPP assumes that the best prediction of behavior is given by asking people if they are intending to behave in a certain way. According to KASEAN, 3 determinant explain behavior intention, attitude, suggesting norms, passive behavioral control. This result is based on modified model or TPP by adding the 5 various attitudes, suggested norms, passive behavioral control, awareness, religiously, passive compatibility, passive risk, and related advantage are independent behaviors, and the adoption of life insurance is the dependent behavior in this research model. I wanna to summarize the literature review. Objectives of the study. This study had 2 objectives to assess. The first is to assess the socio-economic factor of people who are working in private and public sector in Yangon region. The second is to analyze the factor affecting on customer adoption of life insurance in Yangon region. This is a conceptual framework. Hypothesis of the study. There are 8 hypotheses. H1 is when positively affect customer adoption or life insurance. 8 to 8 attitude positively affect customer adoption or life insurance. 838 subjective norm positively affect customer adoption or life insurance. 848 passive behavior control positively affect customer adoption or life insurance. 858 registry positively affect customer adoption or life insurance. 868 passive risk negatively affect customer adoption or life insurance. 878 passive compatibility positively affect customer adoption or life insurance. 888 related advantage positively affect customer adoption or life insurance. Research methodology. The scope of this study is Yangon region. That is located in Myanmar. It's a 4 districts: Yangon East, Yangon West, Yangon South, and Yangon North. The sample size is 426 respondents from 4 districts of Yangon region. For 640 questionnaires were distributed. 432 respondents were written. After the deletion or erroneous and duplicated response, 426 respondents were found usable. This study used the primary data and the secondary data. The primary data is a structured questionnaire by using simple random sampling method and 7-point Likert scale. The secondary data is we are used from reference books, journals, relevant website, textbook, article, and so on. The research method is descriptive statistics research method. Statistical tools are simple percentage, compound alpha, Bayesian correlation, analysis, straightforward multiple regression model. I would like to present about socioeconomic factor or respondent. Other presented or socioeconomic factor or respondent, most of the respondents are female, 37% of the respondents are male. Regarding male status, 55% of the respondents are single and 42% of the respondents are married. 1% of the respondents are divorced without a separated person. Regarding educational background, 78% of the respondents are a graduate person, 10% of the respondents are master degree, and 3% of the respondents are diploma, 8% of the respondents are high school level, 1% of the respondents are doctorate level. Regarding age, I divided age group into 4 groups. 33% of the respondents are between 30 years and 39-year-old age. 40% of the respondents are below 30 years old age, and 80% of the respondents are 40 to 49 year age group. 9% of the respondents are 50 years and above. About religion, most of the respondents will represent 91% Buddhism, because Myanmar had more than 90% of Buddhism. Regarding educational occupation, according to the research data, 58% of the respondents are private employees, 37% of the respondents are public employees. 4% of the respondents are such blind, and 0.7% of the respondents are student or part-time. 0.5% of the respondents are NGO employee. Let's move to next slide. About working condition, 60% of the respondents are below 10-year working experience. 22% of the respondents 10 to 90-year working experience, and 50% of the respondents had 20 to 39 working year experience. 3% of the respondents had 3 years working experience at that. monthly average income. Most of the respondents and 200,000 between 200,000 and 399,999 MMK. Household size of the respondent. Most of the respondents had 4 to 6 family members. 39% of the respondents have below 4 family members. 99% of the respondents have 7 family members above. Dependent population. Most of the respondents have 1 dependent or 2 dependent person. 30% of the respondents had 3 dependent or more. 27% of the respondents had no dependent. Types of dwelling. Most of the respondents live in single home, single family home, followed by own flat, followed by state housing, followed by live in rented flat, followed by live in heated home. About respondent living area, most of the respondents live in Yangon East, followed by Yangon West, followed by Yangon North, and followed by Yangon South. Respondent current health status. Most of the respondents answer that they are good health condition. Some are answer that they are poor health condition. Light ambition of the respondent. Most of the respondents answered that they want to be healthy person in their life for the first priority. The second priority, they want to be successful in family. The third priority, they want to be Korean in their life. Important level of risk to cover by insurance. People face many types of risk in their daily routine that can lose their life, their property, such as car, computer, or house, their income, or their job after old. Therefore, these 4 types of risks are analyzed with 7 points, like a scale from strongly disagree to strongly agree. According to the ME score, about the 4 types of risk from the respondent. The overall ME score is 4.83. The respondent agree with these 4 risks because the ME score on each item is significantly higher than 4. Therefore, the respondent has a positive attitude toward this risk. The higher ME score is the risk. The respondent awareness on life insurance. Most of the respondents generally aware life insurance, and then 50% of the respondents are not aware life insurance. Awareness level of the respondent about life insurance. In 426 respondents, most of the respondents are partially aware about process to pay, to buy a policy, about premium rate, about intermediate rate, about claim process. And then most of the majority of the respondents are not aware about the benefit and process to follow. It is difficult to pay the premium due to some problem. And then characteristic or life insurance fire. According to the survey results, 293 respondents did not buy life insurance. 133 respondents buy life insurance. Types of life insurance. According to the survey results, 59% of the respondents have been for life insurance for survival benefits and death benefits. Buying units or policy holder. 59% of the respondents have been for usually bought 1 unit. 10 or life insurance. According to the survey results, 79% of the respondents have been bought life insurance for 5 years, 10. 40% of the respondents for 10 year, 10. 6% of the respondents had a life insurance for 3 years, 10. 5% of the respondents had life insurance for 7 years, 10. Monthly average premium. According to the survey result, most of the respondents pay their average monthly premium between 20,000 between 30,000 and 29,999 MMK. Decision maker in buying life insurance. According to the survey results, most of the respondents answered that they decided to buy life insurance by search. Characteristic or life insurance buyer. According to the survey results, most of the respondents answered that they buy life insurance known from colleges and life insurance companies or agents. Therefore, colleges and life insurance companies are influencing further to buy life insurance. Buying company name. According to the survey data, most of the respondents bought life insurance from Myanmar Insurance, and secondly, Army Movement, and that is Global Life Insurance and Alert for June, followed by Dynasty Life, CB Life Insurance, KBZ Life Insurance, Grand Korea, Air Myanmar Life, and FNI, and so on. Reason for buying life insurance. According to the survey result, most of the respondents answered that they buy life insurance for the benefit for the first priority, retirement benefit for the second priority, and financial security for the third priority. Reason on not buying life insurance. According to the survey data, most of the respondents answered that they do not buy life insurance because they have the lack of awareness about life insurance for priority. The second priority is lack of trust in the life insurance company. Buying general insurance. According to the survey results, most of the respondents did not buy general insurance. 35% of the respondents are buying general insurance. Types of general insurance. Most of the respondents bought health insurance and followed by comprehensive motor insurance and fire insurance. Reason or not buying insurance. Most of the respondents answered that they like personal saving, secondly, family support. That is, they have government support. Future plan for life insurance. Most of the respondents answered that they had a plan to buy life insurance in the future. 24% of the respondents not yet a plan to buy life insurance. Reliability test. A reliability test of an instrument is referring to the sustainability and consistency where the instrument measures the concept without bias and error-free. Alpha value is used as the reliability coefficient to show how well the item in the instrument are positively correlated to each other. According to the section, is KARMI is closer where the reliability of the measure is higher. KARMI or 0.6 is considered poor. 0.7 is acceptable and 0.8 is categorized as good. Based on the survey data for the reliability of the data collected from 426 respondents who are working in private and public sector, the KARMI value are tested for customer adoption of life insurance. The KARMI value for awareness is 0.940. Therefore, the internet consistency or intent to the concept is reliable. Thus, the reliability of the data for this period is higher. The Cronbach FR value for attitude is 0.93. Therefore, the internal consistency of I10 to the concept is reliable. That the reliability of the data for this period is higher. The Cronbach FR value for suggested net is 0.886. Therefore, the internal consistency of the I10 to the concept is reliable. Therefore, the reliability of the data for this period is categorized as good. The Cronbach FR value for passive behavior control is 0.784. The internal consistency of the I10 to the concept is reliable, which is higher than when represent is higher than acceptable level. Therefore, the internal reliability of the data for this period is acceptable. The Cronbach FR value for religious street is 0.7. The internal consistency is reliable. The reliability of the data for this period is acceptable. The Cronbach FR value of the passive risk is 0.871. The internal consistency is reliable, and the reliability of the data is categorized as good. The Cronbach FR value for passive compatibility is 0.909. The internal consistency is reliable. The reliability of the data for this period is higher. The Cronbach FR value for rigid abandon is 0.756. The internal consistency is reliable. The reliability of the data for this period is acceptable. The Cronbach FR value for customer adoption or life insurance is 0.933. The internal consistency is reliable, and the reliability of the data for this period is higher. Analysis on customer adoption or life insurance. Awareness about customer adoption or life insurance. The information on customer adoption or customer adoption or life insurance and awareness is presented in the study. A standard a statement as the respondent awareness about customer adoption or life insurance and statement is measured with 7-point like scale from strongly disagree to strongly agree. Thus, all variant means value can be categorized into do possession level and low and high. Me value at least is categorized as low possession level, and me value about 4 is categorized as high possession level. In other words, the me value of his statement is greater than for respondent have a positive attitude toward this statement. In contrast, the me value of a statement is less than for the respondent having negative attitude toward this statement.
Mr. Suman, I'm sorry to bother you, but could you please wrap up your presentation in 5 minutes? Is it
yes.
possible? Yeah.
Yes, the overall me score or awareness is 4.99. The respondent agree with customer adoption or life insurance. Attitude about customer adoption or life insurance. The overall me score or attitude about customer adoption or life insurance is 5.13. Therefore, the respondent agree with customer adoption or life insurance. Suggested norms about customer adoption or life insurance. The overall me score is 4.57. Therefore, the respondent agree with customer adoption or life insurance. Passive behavior control about customer adoption or life insurance. The overall me score or passive behavior control about customer adoption or life insurance is 5.03. Therefore, the respondent have a positive attitude toward customer adoption or life insurance. Religiously about customer adoption or life insurance. The overall me score is 5.3. Therefore, the respondent have a positive attitude toward customer adoption or life insurance. Basis risk. Basis risk, the overall mean score is 3.46. Therefore, the respondent have a low perception level because the mean score on each item is less than 4. The respondent have a negative attitude toward customer adoption or life insurance. Basis compatibility is 4.59. 4.59. Therefore, the respondent agree with this statement, and then the respondent have a positive attitude toward customer adoption or life insurance. The overall mean score or related advantage is 4.96. The respondent have a positive attitude toward customer adoption or life insurance. The overall mean score or customer adoption about life insurance is 4.83. Therefore, the respondent have a positive attitude toward about life insurance. Correlation analysis. Correlation coefficients are used to measure how strong a relationship is between two variables. Present correlation can be used to estimate the theoretical reliability coefficient between parallel. Coefficient value can range from +1 to -1. The results show that awareness, attitude, assertiveness, passive behavioral control, religiosity, passive compatibility, and religious advantage are significantly positive related to customer adoption about life insurance at 1% significant level. And the coefficient value of passive risk is -0.081, which indicates that there is significantly negative relationship between passive risk and customer adoption about life insurance at 10% significant level. Multiple regression analysis using stepwise method. Stepwise is a method of fitting regression model in which an alternative procedure carry out the choice of predictive variable. In this study, 5 out of 8 predictors are entered and other 3 predictor awareness, passive risk, and religiosity are removed. This study was built a model in 5 steps by using stepwise regression, each of weight at a predictor to the equation. While more predictors are added, adjusted square level of adding a second predictor to the first read in with 0.089, but adding a fifth predictor to the previous 4 only result in 0.013 point increase. The final adjusted R squared is 0.065, which means the 5 predictors account for 65.6 of the variance in all customer adoption or life insurance. R is 0.812, which means the customer adoption or life insurance and independent variable are correlated. R squared is 0.660 and adjusted R squared is 0.656, with 5 independent variables. It indicates that those independent variables can explain 66% of the variance in the independent variable. It is found that there is a positive relationship between dependent variable and independent variable as 1% of a significant level and 5% of significant level. By the results, passive compatibility is the influential factor of customer adoption or life insurance. Conclusion. Conclusion is I also presented. I would like to present about suggestion. By the survey results, most of the respondents have low income level, even they are private sector employee. Therefore, the life insurance company should produce new product which is suitable price and time and match with the market's need. And then the second is the life insurance company should consider attractive promotional campaign would be effective marketing strategy for persuading the potential customer and retaining existing customer. And then the life insurance company should certain equipment for winning customer trust. Moreover, the insurance company should transparent about life insurance, especially in claim process. And then the life insurance company should use many types of advertising channels such as TV program, radio program, Facebook page, or internet websites. Another thing is the company should sponsor to arrange awareness talks to increase the awareness about life insurance on Myanmar people, and also the independent agent or person should explain with honest information and provide good instruction about life insurance in case of inquiring not the business. On the other hand, the government should determine the premium rate that is suitable with the citizen income and benefit plan should be better than current because current policy is not attractive to buy since the coverage is not giving enough support to the entire family. Future, it is the policy holder is so broke without other family. Finally, the government need to educate to publish for the importance and benefits of general life insurance. Therefore, the government should pay insurance institution and educational programs because Myanmar people are not familiar with insurance, and so they are needed to get them. That's all. This is my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. Is there any questions from the floor? In your presentation, you mentioned that the insurance awareness in Myanmar is very low. And is there any university curriculum in Myanmar for studying, like, for studying insurance? Is there any university curriculum? Do you know? Oh, can you hear me?
What slide?
Okay.
Yeah, you want to see? You want to see? What slide?
No. I mean, do you study, like, do you teach insurance? Do you study about insurance at the university in Myanmar, or you don't have any?
No, yet.
Sorry? Okay, no worry. I will ask you
Not
privately. Okay, I will ask you.
Private is in private they had two school.
Okay. I think our schedule is a bit delayed. We need to move on to the next presenter. Our next presenter is Miss Cha Soo-ong from Yangon University of Economics, and she's gonna present about the impact of service market mix on customer satisfaction of general insurance companies in Yangon, Myanmar. And please share your screen, and if you are ready, you can make a presentation.
Let me share my PowerPoint. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, I would like to thank Professor John. You are given opportunity to join insurance training and present research paper in conference. Thank you very much. My name is Cha Soo-ong. I'm from Yangon University of Economics in Myanmar. Today, the topic of my presentation is the impact of service market mix on customer satisfaction of general insurance companies in Yangon, Myanmar. Contents of the study are as follows: introduction, literature review, objective of the study, conceptual framework, hypothesis of the study, research methodology, research and findings, conclusion, suggestions, and need for further research. In my introduction, insurance is an important tool for risk management and providing comfort and security to people, as well as a solution for meeting the needs of the human community in the face of unanticipated risks. Insurance is a major economic and social instrument that contributes to countries' sustained economic progress. There are two types of insurance: life insurance and non-life insurance. General insurance companies are non-life insurers, which offer motor insurance, cash and safe insurance, fidelity insurance, fire insurance, cash and transit insurance, marine cargo insurance, overseas marine cargo insurance, personal accident insurance, and etc. General insurance products are bought because they provide protection against enforceable contingencies like damage and loss of their assets. In Myanmar, the insurance market has been growing since 2013. This growth is slowly comparing with some ASEAN countries. The insurance penetration rate for general insurance is 0.11% and for life insurance is 0.03% of GDP in 2019. According to Ministry of Planning and Finance, there are about over 54 million people in Myanmar. Among them, just 2 million people have any form of insurance cover. Therefore, Myanmar insurance industry is still under development. Insurance companies have long served as financial middlemen, providing enormously valuable services to the economy. Although insurance companies confront a variety of risks, the success not only depends on how to manage risks, but also depends on how marketing strategies are effectively applied to attract and retain customers. Without customer satisfaction, they cannot stand in the competitive environment. Among theory, service marketing mix is considered one of the most important tools that measures customer satisfaction. To attract and influence customer behavior, an attractive and successful marketing mix approach is required, which will boost insurance penetration in Myanmar. Therefore, it is critical to investigate the impact of service marketing mix on customer satisfaction of general insurance companies in Yangon, Myanmar. This slide shows general insurance companies in Myanmar. Insurance in Myanmar was opened up to local private operator in 2013 with 11 Myanmar licensed firms currently operating. There are 7 local insurance companies, 3 joint venture companies, and 2 representative offices. This slide shows the key previous research study for literature review. Some researchers analyzed the impact of service marketing mix on customer satisfaction. As you see in table, the results are very different each research paper. I consider it may be different based on their countries. These research papers motivate me to do this topic that are presenting. Based on previous research study, my research paper has 2 objectives. The first objective is to explore the most influential factor on customer satisfaction of general insurance companies in Yangon, Myanmar, and to analyze the relationship between service marketing mix, product, price, place, promotion, people, process, physical evidence, and customer satisfaction of general insurance companies in Yangon, Myanmar. I would like to present about conceptual framework. This framework was adopted by Boms and Vietnam. According to conceptual framework, service marketing mix, product, price, place, promotion, people, process, and physical evidence are considered as independent variables, and customer satisfaction is considered as dependent variable. Now, let's move to next slide. There are 7 hypotheses in this study. Hypothesis variables are product, price, place, promotion, people, process, and physical evidence. These variables are service marketing mix. I hypothesize that a service marketing mix will affect on customer satisfaction. In my research methodology, the study focused only general insurance holders in Yangon area. 400 questionnaires are distributed with special questionnaires, and 370 questionnaires are used for this study. There are 12 general insurance companies in Myanmar, and then 5 general insurance companies are selected in this study by using simple random sampling method. 7-point Likert scale was applied to measure the level of perception, and multiple regression model was applied in this study. This slide shows demographic characteristics of general insurance policy holders. Regarding genders, female respondents are more than male respondents. Concerning martial status, married respondents are more than single and widow. For the age group of respondents between 30 to 49, age groups are the major group of respondents than other age group. Regarding annual income, 90 lakhs and above are major higher income than other income group. Therefore, most of the respondents who bought general insurance are high income level and have good financial situation to take insurance cover over their ownership. Based on educational qualification, graduate respondents are the majority group. The rest are diploma, non-graduate, high school level, secondary level, master degree holder, and PhD degree holder, respectively. For occupation, majority of respondents are private employees. Concerning with religion, in Myanmar, Buddhism are more than other religious groups. In this research, Buddhisms are the major group of respondents, and the rest are Christianity, Hinduism, and Islam, respectively. This slide shows the types of insurance company and types of general insurance. As you can see in figure, most of the respondents are Grand Guardian Tokyo Marine General, purchase insurance product. According to types of general insurance, motor insurance policyholders are more than other types of policyholders. Based on their research, motor insurance product is popular than other types of insurance in Myanmar. I would like to summarize the perception on service marketing mix of customer satisfaction. Regarding the perception of product, the highest mean score is 6.32. It is indicating that policyholder purchase insurance product from companies which has built a reputation and the most trusted name in Myanmar insurance market. Concerning perception of price, the highest mean score is 6.38. It is indicating that policyholders certified to get the special premium price if they have no claim. For the perception of place, the highest mean score is 6.16. This means that policyholders certified to have more branches across the country. Regarding the perception of promotion, the highest mean score is 6.26. It is found that policyholders are interested in choosing insurance companies to insure wealth based on message from families, friends, and colleagues. Consumption, the perception of people, the highest mean score is 6.29. It is found that policyholders certify that agents advise about their insurance needs and provide them to choose their best plan. It is observed that agents play a leading role in stimulating and motivating the customer to purchase insurance policy. For the perception or process, the highest mean score is 6.23. It is indicating that policyholders certify the insurance companies operating hour. And for the perception of physical evidence, the highest mean score is 6.17. This means that policyholders certify the interior and exterior of the insurance companies are aesthetic and well-maintained. For the perception of customer satisfaction, the highest mean is 6.39. It is indicating that policyholders certify the company's insurance policy that cover future security and uncertainty loss. As you can see in figure, all their overall mean scores are very close to 6. This means that most of the respondents are agree service marketing mix that are offered by general insurance companies. This slide shows correlation service marketing mix on customer satisfaction of general insurance policy. According to Pearson correlation relationship, people, process, and physical evidence, product, and customer satisfaction are positive and strong relationship between customer satisfaction because of their value is from 0.5 to 1. On the other hand, there is moderate positive correlation between promotion, place, people, process, and customer satisfaction because of their value is from 0.3 to 0.5. Hence, it can be concluded that the service marketing mix elements are good predictor on customer satisfaction of general insurance company. Let's move to next slide. This table shows the effect of service marketing mix and customer satisfaction of general insurance policy holder. According to multiple regression method, the value of X is 82.283 and it is highly significant at 1% level. In this slide, the significant variables are highlight pink color. I would like to summarize the main point. Based on the research, product, price, promotion, and physical evidence are positive and highly significant at 1% level, and people are also highly significant at 10% level. In this study, it is found that place and process are not significant in this study. In conclusion, the research has proved that product, price, promotion, physical evidence, and people are the important drivers of customer satisfaction about general insurance. By using standardized coefficient, this study found that price, physical evidence, promotion, product, people, and place are the influencing factors on customer satisfaction of general insurance companies in Yangon, Myanmar. Among them, price is the most influential factor on customer satisfaction of general insurance companies in Yangon. I would like to present about suggestion. In Myanmar, insurance companies are not allowed to provide different insurance products or charge different price to customers. They all sell the same products at the same fixed price. Customers can choose the insurance companies which offer the best of service. Therefore, government organizations should strive by introducing various types of insurance products that can meet customer needs to increase the number of its customers. In addition, policymakers in the country should evaluate rules and regulations and raise public awareness about the importance of the insurance sector. Moreover, insurance companies need to increase service quality, the trust of their customers, as well as develop their staff skill and knowledge, and should examine their policy on a regular basis, implement internal and external controls, and employ new and advanced technology to prevent fraud and their associated risks. Finally, I'm going to present about limitation and need for further research. Data was collected only 5 general insurance companies, Antisau General Insurance, Grand Caribbean Tokyo Marine General Insurance, KBZ MS General Insurance, First National Insurance General, and KASEAN Myanmar Insurance in Yangon. This theory only focused on service marketing mix, product, price, place, promotion, people, process, and physical evidence on customer satisfaction. Therefore, other factors should consider affecting on customer satisfaction are service quality, customer response time, and trust should study in insurance industry. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you for sharing your research. And is there any questions to Ms. Cha Seong? If you have any questions, could you share your suggestion page? I think 25 or
Yeah, the last PowerPoint is 27 PowerPoint. Yes, this is the update PowerPoint.
yeah. Okay. Could you show me the page 25?
Okay.
Because okay.
Yes.
I think 23. I think so. 20. Could you back to 23 page? Oh yeah, I have a question about the first sentence. So you mentioned that in Myanmar, insurance companies are not allowed to provide different insurance product or charge different price to consumers. So it means that every private insurance company, they have to sell the same insurance product,
Yes.
right?
Yes, because financial insurance sectors regulated by government. Insurance business regulatory board price this insurance policy. Yeah, they compete. Private insurance companies compete service. Service quality, yes.
So in Myanmar, when people choose the insurance companies, they don't think about the products. They only think about their service quality, and also maybe your trust in insurance company maybe affect to decision, right?
Yes.
I see. Thank you. Because it is controlled by government, even though like foreign insurance companies, like Japanese insurance companies or other companies. Okay. Thank you. That's what I would like to ask you.
Thank you so much, Suyeon.
Thank you. And our next presenter is, I believe, Tincho, right? Yeah. Our next presenter is Miss Tincho Lat from Yangon University of Economics, and she will talk about the Myanmar insurance industry. And Tincho, please share your screen, and if you are ready, yeah, you can make a presentation.
Yes. Yes. Hello, professors and all participants. Good to see you in this conference. I'm very pleased to be here and to share my little knowledge with you. Now I'm going to share Myanmar insurance industry. The objectives of this topic are to explain overviews on Myanmar insurance industry and to introduce all bank assurance law in Myanmar and to analyze market leading insurance company by using secondary data and to explore which companies are leading into the market and finally to explain Myanmar social insurance system. To cover these objectives, I have prepared 5 posts. The first post is background of insurance industry, and the second and third post is government and private insurance businesses. And the fourth post is social insurance, and the final post is I'm going to present and I'm going to share my conclusions and suggestions of my topic. Now I'm going to share background on Myanmar insurance industry. Myanmar insurance market started after first English-Myanmar War. The insurance business law and insurance business rules were codified in 1996 and 1997. Insurance business supervisory book was established under the 1996 law in 1997. In 2011, Insurance Business Regulatory Board (IBRB) was established, but it was reorganized in 2016. In 2014, Financial Regulatory Department (FRD) was established to regulate and supervise the insurance sector together with IBRB. And now I'm going to share the structure of Insurance Regulatory Board. Financial Regulatory Department (FRD) are working under the IBRB guidelines, and the IBRB are working under the Ministry of Planning and Finance guidelines. In 2020, IBRB issued new insurance business law. It has included 6 key directives. The first is insurance agent and bank assurance for insurance products and insurance, and the 6th directive is existing insurance policy in our structured economic zone, and the final directive is empower the 8 general private insurance company and Myanmar insurance to offer the new products or insurance, new types of insurance products. These products are very technical and require specialist knowledge. And in Myanmar, Myanmar has 20 life insurance companies and 12 non-life insurance companies, totally 32 insurance companies. Two companies are state-owned and 90 are local insurance companies, and 5 companies are foreign wholly owned insurance companies, 6 are foreign joint venture companies. Now I'm going to share about government insurance business. This is a state-owned insurance business. Burma National Insurance Company was founded in 1950. In 1976, Myanmar Insurance Corporation was re-established. In 1989, it was restructured as Myanmar Insurance, and until now, that's why we call Myanmar Insurance. It has 2 companies. Myanmar Insurance Life Companies and Myanmar Insurance General Company. Myanmar Insurance offers 50 different types of insurance, including reinsurance. Currently, it sells 90 life insurance and 22 general insurance coverages. Now I'm going to share government insurance business. Total premium. This is from 2015-16 to 2018-19. According to this data, we can see health insurance and life insurance premium value increase year by year, but the general insurance premium value a little bit decreased by comparing previous years. And its total insurance premium in 2018-19 a little bit also decreased. That's why Myanmar insurance market share in this year a little bit decreased. Now I would like to share the types of insurance companies. In Myanmar has 8 general insurance companies, 5 insurance companies are local and 3 insurance companies are local and foreign joint venture company. And it has 60 life insurance company. 8 insurance companies are local companies and 5 insurance companies are foreign wholly owned company, and 3 insurance companies are local and foreign company. That's why in Myanmar, 24 private insurance companies and 2 state-owned insurance companies are operating for their services to their customer. IBRB has permitted only few types of insurance coverage for the private insurers. They are the types of coverages. Now I'm going to share the distribution channel of Myanmar insurance industry. Mostly they use individual agents and adjuster and surveyor and broker. But in 2020 new insurance business law, the corporate agent and bank assurance distribution channel will be shown. And that's why I would like to introduce bank assurance law. Under the new insurance business law 2020, IBRB offer to the financial institutions, that is banks and microfinance institutions only, to do bank assurance. They permitted 2 distribution models. The first is referral and the second is direct sales. The requirements for bank assurance: for the bank, they need to permission from the Central Bank of Myanmar. For microfinance institutions, they need to permission from Microfinance Business Supervisory Committee. And they also need to have corporate insurance agent license from IBRB. That's why they need to observe the rule for corporate insurance agents. To become corporate insurance agents, they need to have a minimum 3 licensed insurance agents on board of directors and management. If they work as corporate life insurance agent, they need to work for maximum 2 life insurance companies, and otherwise, if they work as a corporate general insurance agent, they need to work for maximum 3 general insurance companies. This is the total premium value for private insurance business. That is for 2050-60 to 2018-19. According to this data, we can see private insurance insurance business life insurance premium value rapidly growing in 2018-19 by comparing previous years, but its general insurance premium a little bit decreased. Total in 2018-19, its total premium value it is increased. That's why we can focus future or private insurance market will be growth. This slide I have prepared to the premium value year by year. That's this slide is for 2050-60, and this slide 2060-70, and 2070-18, 2018 April to September. This is the transition period, and 2018-19. According to this data, we can see the market leading insurance company, that's from 2018, 2050-60 to 2018-19 by premium value. For life insurance market, from 2050-60 to 2018-19, Almimome, Capital Life Insurance, IKBZ and CB Insurance are market leaders in the private insurance market. Some years they are first leading company, and some years they are second leading company, and some years they are third leading companies. And then for non-life insurance company, IKBZ, Altisau, GGI, and First National Insurance Company and AR Myanmar Insurance Company are leading market leaders in the private insurance market. They also some years they are first leading company, and some years they are second leading company, and some years they are third leading insurance leader company. Now I'm going to share Myanmar social insurance industry. Social Security Board (SSB) was established in 1956 and our Social Security Act 1954. SSB provides social security programs working for firms employing over 5 employees, including government adopted new Social Security Law 2012. This new law covers for family benefit, old age pension security, disability and survival pensions, and employment insurance and housing benefits also. SSB has 78 townships offices that are covering 160 townships in states and regions. The contributions amount is based on the wages and salary. Maximum amount is 300,000 Myanmar kyat. SSB has 7 active social security schemes. They are medical care, funeral grant, sickness cash benefit, maternity cash benefit, parental cash benefit, family benefit, and work injuries. It has 4 inactive social security schemes. They are disability benefit, old age pension, survival benefits, and unemployment insurance. This is the new social security law covers. Now, currently, SSB has been focusing on health and social care schemes and work injury. The rate of contributions for these schemes, employing 2% and employing 3%, totally 5% need to contribute to these schemes. The medical care of SSB, it has 3 workers' hospitals and 96 clinics and 2 mobile healthcare services. SSB provides healthcare services under the particular provider split PBS system. Under this system, 6 private hospitals provide for healthcare services together with SSBs. It has direct distribution channel, and the contribution system of SSB is cash payment or check payment system. If total contribution amount over 300 Myanmar kyats, the employers need to use by check system. The benefit payment system or SSB for their insured workers, cash directly, and sometimes the use of payment application system with this system. And it has steps training, IT training, and accurate training. Now they are trying to use this IT and accurate training. And now I'm going to share the number of towns and number of firms and insured person of SSB. That is from 2050-60 to 2018-19. According to this data, we can see from 2050-60 to 2018-19, SSB number of towns are the same, but its number of firms in 2018-19 increased 33,694 firms, and its insured person, registered persons also increased nearly over 1.4 million. Now I'm going to share the total contributions and benefits of SSB. That is from 2050-60 to 2018-19, according to Myanmar Statistical Yearbook 2020. According to this data, we can see SSB total contribution amount increased in 2018-19, and its benefit payment of their registered workers also increased. But this contribution amount and this benefit amount that do not cover to reduce property rate for low-income people. That's why this is the final part of my topic, conclusions and suggestions of Myanmar insurance industry. For social insurance, according to my interview data, SSB has been reforming to the administrative system, IT system, medical services, and legal framework for their insured worker, for their formal and informal workers. In my suggestions, SSB needs to focus on important schemes and on new law covers. They need to consider it, and they need to focus which schemes should be considered as a first priority current Myanmar situations. For private insurance businesses, according to my data, life insurance premium value rapidly increased in 2018-19 compared to previous years. That's why we can focus future life insurance market will be increased, but the non-life insurance premium value a little decrease in that year. That's why the insurer need to try to get more market share for their non-life premium, non-life insurance market. Actually, in Myanmar has many challenges for insurers, such as for the regulator side, it has strict regulatory framework. For the public side, they are lack of insurance education and they are lack of interested on the insurance product and lack of understanding of the product and financial planning. For the insurer side, can be size, they are lack of infrastructures such as ID system and lack of skillful and qualified workers in the insurance field and other challenges they are facing now. To overcome these challenges, for regulator needs to reform and modernize insurance rules and regulations, and then they need to follow up and they need to review market feedback. For insurers, need to develop ID system and they need to more attractive marketing strategies that suits for Myanmar people. 70% of Myanmar people still in rural area. This point is interested and need to produce suitable products that meet market needs. Most people are low income and working in agriculture. This point is also interested for insurers, and they need to have, they need to train to become qualified and skillful employees in the insurance field. I think this is not only for insurer, but also government side also included. And then finally, they need to build people trust on insurance products and insurance companies. For bank assurance channels, they need to build not only non-bank financial, they need to build trust, people trust non-bank financial industry, but also financial institutions. This is my conclusion and suggestions. This is my reference. Thank you.
Thank you, Tincho, for sharing your research, and it was very, very interesting.
Yeah, thank you.
Because we couldn't get access to Myanmar data very easily. And so you mentioned that I have a question. I mean, before asking my question, is there any question from floor? Yeah, okay, I think I can do it. And I have small questions about insurance in Myanmar. And so you mentioned that trust in insurance company is very low in Myanmar.
Yeah.
Do you have any opinion that like general people, how they think about the insurance products or insurance companies, how they think about it, like insurance is a positive thing or like negative thing? Do you have any opinion about that?
I think from my point of view, as for me, insurance to growth insurance market, the insurers and the regulator need to do more awareness and need to do more trust on their regulation, on their products. That I think, yeah, this is my opinion.
So people don't, I mean, people have like, have lack of trust in like Myanmar insurance regulation, right?
That I think this is my point of view. Yeah.
Okay. And yeah, that was my question, and thank you for sharing your opinion. And thank you, Tincho, for your presentation. And next we have Po Charchi Ong from Yangon University of Economics, also in Myanmar, and she will present about knowledge, attitude, and practices towards acceptance of health insurance in Myanmar. And if you are ready, you can share your screen and make a presentation. Yes, we can. We can see your screen, but I cannot hear your voice clearly.
Yes. First of all, it's great pleasure and honor to be here and really appreciate for general participation in K-ASEAN RI and Forum. To briefly introduce myself, I am Fusa Jiao. I'm currently working as a lecturer in Department of Government at Yangon University of Economics in Myanmar. Now, I am going to deliver a presentation about now I'm going to deliver a presentation about knowledge, attitude, and practice toward acceptance of health insurance. Case study of Yasao Township, Shan State in Myanmar. And today I would like to share knowledge, attitude, and practice, how they link up with the willingness to buy health insurance in Myanmar rural. And let me introduce the content of the study. There are 7 main parts: data introduction, literature review, objective of the study, conceptual framework, research methodology, research and finding and conclusion and suggestion. In this slide, and I'm going to talk about healthcare services, efficient of healthcare spending, and the importance of health insurance in Myanmar. May I start introduction? The way in which a country finance its healthcare can help major vary on the asset of health service enjoyed by a people. Investing in health is essential not only to improve health outcome but also to support the economic growth. Global evidence shows that between 2000 and 2011, healthcare importance accounted for about 11% of economic growth in low and middle income countries, according to National Health Plan 2070 to 2071. A strong and coherent health system is the foundation for healthy children, family, and community, contribute to the productive worker and a population able to take advantage of the opportunity created by economic growth. However, all over the world, healthcare financing has always been it's still an issue of concern resulting from the program of scale resources. Spending in Myanmar is relatively low, even when related to other low-income countries, resulting in shorter life expectancy, and then its population has stated is poor. Because of many challenges, such as financial constraints, the inefficient allocation of health sector resources, and a lack of management capacity, healthcare financing and expenses in Myanmar accounted to approximately 4.79% of the country gross domestic product and per capita of 85,231 mmK in 2080, according to Myanmar Health Count 2060 to 2080. However, the health financing is mainly on out-of-pocket payment made by households, according to MOSA 2020. It has a direct impact on both household financing burden and economic growth of a country. Insurance industry that can provide social and economic benefit for the country is an important sector. Health insurance is a mechanism for spreading the risk of incurring healthcare costs over a group of individual or household constitute. Due to ever escalating healthcare costs amid inadequate tax revenue, health insurance promised to offer a relief from out-of-pocket payment has to mitigate the attendant consequences. Healthcare has been always a program area for Myanmar, and there remain few untapped potential by government in health insurance sector in the country. The private insurers are also considered an opportunity for micro insurers to increase financial inclusion, especially in the less developed area of Myanmar. The impact and acknowledge about health insurance is not good enough. Health insurance is still an unknown one in rural areas than urban. Due to the largely rural demographic of Myanmar, access to comprehensive healthcare service is limited in rural areas, in which many of poor reside. As a result, healthcare sector is being reimbursed by the support of health insurance scheme, which will be able to protect losses with regard to household financial bankruptcy or unexpected medical bills. This study seeks to enhance knowledge, attitude of household and private insurance about health insurance in Yes South Township, Asian state in Myanmar, improve position of the health insurance. I would like to talk about literature review. The main determinant or demand for health insurance are the occupation income, health expenditure, and awareness. The other variables such as the education is positively associated with demand for health insurance but are not statistically significant. There are occupation income, health expenditure, and awareness on health insurance scheme play a vital role in determining all health insurance scheme. According to Jivarija Rama Krishna 2003, according to Kawasi EH 2019, in the content of the study showed that there is a significant relationship between demographic characteristics, knowledge, practice, and uptake of life insurance. There is no significant attitude toward uptake of life insurance. According to Nagapuro Esther 2008, age, knowledge of health insurance service, and awareness of the importance of health insurance influence consumer decision to possess health insurance. Other variables such as practice of insurance has mixed impact. In this slide, let me introduce the objective of the study. The objective of the study are as follows. The first objective is to analyze the relationship between socioeconomic factor and acceptance of health insurance. The second objective is to examine relationship between knowledge, attitude, and knowledge, attitude of household, priority of insurance, and the acceptance of health insurance. The third objective is to investigate the influencing factor or acceptance of health insurance. This slide is conceptual framework in my study. In which include independent variable, meditation variable, and dependent variable. In my opinion, previous study, although socioeconomic factors are associated and influence with the willingness to buy health insurance, the meditation variable needs to be associated and influence with the willingness to buy health insurance. For example, having the statistical association between age, income, and the willingness to buy health insurance. That one, health insurance, one being oral and having a lot of money, does not agree that one will be able to purchase health insurance. And that give me more influence the willingness to buy health insurance despite influence independent variable. I am going to explain result methodology in my survey. The population sample and score have been household in rural. I must collect data from household. Such as either head of household or a family member who take financial decision in their house. And I received 401 response rate out of 450 household. Data collection method in simple random sampling method. This method for data collection was used by the researcher, and the sample is chosen randomly because household has an equal chance of being chosen. Types of questionnaire was used by close-ended question, 7-point Likert scale. Data analysis method is cross-tabulation, chi-square, and binary logistic model statistical software SPSS 35. The second part of the content is result and finding. In this slide, you can see here socioeconomic characteristic of household. And in gender, male of the respondent higher than female. The majority of respondents were 30 to 39. According to age, the majority of respondents were 30 to 39 age group. The respondent of education is higher percent in high school level. They are Buddhism, and they are very serious about religion. According to marriage status, the married person is higher than single in my survey area. The respondent of many income were below 2 lakh in my survey area. So household will be able to face financial burden. Financial burden due to ever escalating medical expenditure. The respondent of occupation mostly belong to public employee in my survey area. The household size of respondent is the more of 1 to 3 family member. This is knowledge on health insurance. The respondent of survey was answered whether they had no which health insurance or not. Amanda, 55% of respondent has known about health insurance, and remaining respondent has no idea. According to source of information on health insurance, household has no household had got information from television program. In television program, so to be more awareness on health insurance in rural, insurance company and agent need to not only outreach to real side but also give a good customer service. In this slide, I would like to present household knowledge level on health insurance scheme. There are 5 health insurance schemes, and the respondent were asked 7-point like scale about household knowledge level on health insurance scheme. The medical expenditure. Firstly, medical expenditure is fully unknown by the respondent. The premium payment, benefit package and additional coverage and claim settlement is unknown by the mostly respondent. So household will not match well regarding HI scheme, health insurance scheme, and according to them, health insurance companies are not transparent. This slide is household attitude toward the health insurance. And according to overall, mean score 4.8 industry attitude of household, the respondent mostly answer or attitude statement between someone and someone agree and agree. And this means that those most respondents may understand the importance of health insurance and have the positive attitude of health insurance. This slide is the priority of insurer toward health insurance. Overall, mean score 4.94 for the priority of insurer toward health insurance. And the household mostly answer the attitude statement of priority of insurer is neutral. This means that more respondents made neither positive nor negative attitude level on survey or health insurance company because of lack of intermediate outreach. So insurer needs to focus on open and distribution channel and easy to get information system that will be able to reach to our real side. And here the majority of respondents are unwilling to buy Asian. Among them, 23.7% of respondents, 23.7 of 23.7% of households were willing to buy public health insurance than private health insurance. Household are willing to buy private health insurance is 5.5% respondent. And so household has trust on public health insurance rather than private health insurance to upgrade health insurance policy. The household survey was as the reason of willingness to buy health insurance and the reason and willingness to buy health insurance. According to the objective of willingness to buy health insurance, the household response is to cover high and expected medical costs. According to barrier and willingness to buy health insurance, the household response is due to lack of knowledge. And here there is a relationship between socioeconomic characteristics and acceptance of health insurance. And in the study result, it found that there is a positive relationship between gender, education, occupation, and many incomes at 1 level and 5 level significant. There is a relationship between knowledge about health insurance and acceptance of health insurance. In the free area, there are significant relationship between knowledge and willingness to buy health insurance having p-value 1% level. Relationship between attitude to health insurance and acceptance of health insurance. Today, study results show that there are significant relationship between household attitude and the willingness to buy health insurance having p-value 1% level. And again, there is a relationship between priority of health insurance acceptance of health insurance. The free data show that there is a significant relationship between priority of insurance and willingness to buy health insurance having p-value 1% level. In this slide, I would like to explain binary logistic regression for household willingness to buy health insurance. May I present and how to influence one and another variable. According to socioeconomic characteristics, respondent has significant willingness for significant to buy health insurance about 1% level. Ratio required to about 1.9 times are more likely to be willing to buy health insurance HI compared to May. The coefficient of education level are significant effect on willingness to buy health insurance at 1% level. The ratio indicator respondent who attain school level, graduate and master degree are about 3.77 times to times are more likely to buy insurance than primary. The respondent occupation has significant effect on the willingness to buy insurance at 2% level. The ratio referred to self-employing and other are about 0.65 and 0.9 times less likely to willingness to buy health insurance than the household side and knowledge of respondent. Household side and the high level of knowledge of respondent are positive significantly on willingness to buy health insurance at 1% level. And the ratio of household size between 4 and 6 are about 0.55 times less likely to be willing to buy health insurance than 1.3 times. According to our ratio, household high level or knowledge is about 0.11 times are more likely to are more likely to than low level knowledge or household. And the household attitude is significant or willingness to buy insurance person level. The all ratio attitude ratio indicated that high level attitude or household are about 1.9 times more likely to be willingness to buy insurance than low level attitude or household. Finally, I would like to conclude suggestion about the study result. Study result of socioeconomic characteristics graduate the most important factor for willingness to buy about health insurance. There are insurer needs to emphasize on not only giving information to be more awareness about health insurance scheme, but also highly develop distribution channel and perfecting health insurance policy. The second influencing factor for willingness to buy about health insurance are knowledge. Although household willingness to buy health insurance policy need to get information about health insurance scheme. The concept of insurance is very hard to understand, and it is often perfect as well as very complicated. The insurer are able to fully inform their potential customer without pay. And the insurance company and agent will already do the research. The influencing factor for willingness to buy about health insurance on household side. The 4 to 6 family member side is large because of coverage or unexpected medical expenditure and risk coverage for their family member. They are willing to buy health insurance products. The study can indicate the point that household interest can be influenced by focusing their attitude better. Gender, occupation are significantly influence on willingness to buy health insurance. In study result, female employment and other influence willingness to purchase health insurance. Based on the result of the result, insurer needs to ensure the customer service is at the core of its operation, and we need to develop products that are market segment. And this slide is their suggestion. The household was as their suggestion to be more improvement health insurance in my survey area. Depending on their suggestion, may I present. Insurance companies should already do research and find affordable premium rate, promptly respond to answer inquiry, implement simplification or claim process, and quickly and able to pay payment process, claim or settlement within a specific time. The government should quickly commit itself to attain universal health coverage through develop national health plan. Insurance company in Myanmar should do the development of health insurance product for covering health risk and financial high risk in rural side. For your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. Is there any question from the floor? I would like to ask you about the health insurance in Myanmar. So you mentioned that, is it common to buy a health insurance? Private health insurance in Myanmar? Many people have it, or it is not common?
They willing to buy public health insurance than private insurance.
So people prefer private insurance than public, right?
I'm afraid about that.
Okay.
I want to do further study. I will send you from email.
Okay, don't worry. Thank you for your presentation. And for the last two, for the last presenter, I will I will present about my presentation file, and I will share it. So I think everybody can see my screen. And today I'm gonna talk about the survey on ASEAN consumers of preference for insurance operators and insurable risk. And as you may know, my name is So Young Lim, and I am doing a PhD course at Sungkyunkwan University. And today I'm gonna talk about the survey, and this survey is not my private survey. It is Global Insurance and Pension Research Center's survey research. And I'm gonna briefly talk about how we did the survey. So why we choose ASEAN? Because ASEAN has a population of 640 million, and the middle class in ASEAN is rapidly increasing. So people call that ASEAN is a young and dynamic growth region. And also between Korea and ASEAN and other countries, the RCEP has been enacted, and because of that, we believe that financial service will be liberalized more. And however, there are not many academic studies on the ASEAN insurance market yet, and so our center chose for conducting survey about the ASEAN consumers. And we asked them about their preference. How much they think about how much they think about the importance about like insurance operators, and also insurable risk. So for the insurance operators, we divided into like social and private insurance, and also the second one is a domestic and foreign insurers. So as you may know, social insurance is an insurance product ruled by government, and also private insurance is ruled by private insurance companies. And also for the insurable risk, we divided it into like life and non-life insurance, and which life insurance can protect people's life, and non-life insurance can protect people's like property, such as like car or and other things. And previous researches, they have focused on like insurance. Like very simple questions about like do you have insurance? Yes or no. So we choose these questions. And today I'm gonna talk about in 4 parts. The first one is about the introduction, and the second one is a theoretical background, and third one is our survey outline, and the last one is some examples about the survey questionnaires. Yeah.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but I cannot see your PowerPoint. Is anyone see it? Because it is dark and I cannot see your screen. Can you share it again?
Okay. So can you see now, or?
For me, no. It said that double click to enter full screen mode.
소영씨,
And
저도 안 보여요.
it's saying that you are start screen
Okay.
Now
sharing.
you see.
So I'm sorry. Okay. Now I see you. Can you see now or?
No.
Can see.
But
PowerPoint.
other can see.
Soyoung, how about this? Maybe you can just send me over your presentation, then I can, you know, if you want to just move on to next slide, I can just click like one by one if you want.
Or maybe I will try this. I'm
제가
sorry. 이제 보이나요?
아니요.
아,
그냥 제가 그냥 하나씩 클릭해 줄게. 그럼 그냥 next slide 하면은 돼.
Okay. I'm sorry. Maybe my laptop has some problem, and could you give me a minute? I'm so sorry. So, Bonnie, I sent my presentation file to you, and
How about this?
yeah, now we can see. Yeah, I'm so sorry for your inconvenience. And let me start from the page 4. Yeah. So okay, I will talk about the insurance role. So insurance promotes risk management, and also they can support capital market development and also economic growth in one country. And there has been a lot of researches about the relationship between insurance and economic growth. However, I mean, about the relationship between insurance and economic growth, many researchers they did research about both like developed country and also emerging insurance market. However, about the determinants of insurance demand, many studies, they mainly focus on the advanced insurance market. And some studies, they mention about the emerging market. And also, there are not many studies about the determinants of ASEAN insurance demand. Next page. So if you see figure 1 and figure 2, you can find that ASEAN insurance premium volume and also insurance penetration. If you see figure 2, the top 3 insurance penetration company is Singapore, Thailand, and Malaysia. And if you see the figure 1, the insurance premium volume in Indonesia is quite high, but the insurance penetration is low than 3%. The average insurance penetration in the world is 6%. So compared to this one, Vietnam, Indonesia, and the Philippines, they have very low insurance penetration. And next page. So if you see figure 3, I summarized the data about the Vietnam and Indonesia's insurance density and also insurance penetration. I couldn't find the data about the Myanmar and Laos on the Sigma reports, but insurance penetration rate in Myanmar and Laos is estimated to be less than 1%. But however, if you see figure 3, the insurance density and also insurance penetration has been growing. So we could say that insurance market in Vietnam and Indonesia will be increased in the future. And next page. And when you did research about the insurance demand, determinants of insurance demand, many researchers, they divided into like 4 factors. The first one is the economy, and the second one is social and cultural, and the third one is structure, and the last one is personal and demographic factors. And most of our studies, they mainly focused on the economy factors. And next page. And I will briefly talk about the insurance market background of Myanmar, Laos, Indonesia, and Vietnam. So social and private insurance, they have complementary characteristics, and also they are like substitutability characteristics. And next page. So if you see the table number 3, I made a table about the social security system in 4 countries. So for the first one is Laos. So the 4 countries, they have social security systems, but in Laos and Myanmar, they don't have like national characteristics of health insurance. So they have a like health insurance system from government, but the main focus that health insurance is not for the general people. It is for like very poor people or some people who are working in government office. And in Laos, the social security system was introduced in 1999. And also about the Myanmar, I think Tincho, she introduced a lot about the social security system, so I will skip this one. And Vietnam, they also have like pension, employment insurance, and health insurance. Like 1980s, only like public officials, they can enroll in a social insurance in Vietnam. But government, they try to expand the social insurance, and now from 2016, all Vietnamese people have to enroll in national health insurance. And also in Indonesia, they don't have any like public social security system until 1990s, but now they have a public social security system. And also Indonesia has a national health insurance system in their country. And and next page. And the second one, I will talk about the domestic and foreign insurance companies in 4 countries. So the 4 countries, a lot of countries in ASEAN, they have been ruled by another countries in the past. So and they have different types of cultural background. So for example, Laos, most of people believe Laos and Myanmar, most of people believe Buddhism, and also in Vietnam, most of people they don't have any religion, or some people they believe Catholic. And in Indonesia, more than 80 or 90% people they believe Islamic Islam. And in Laos, the first insurance legislation was passed like since they made the independence from country. So in 1958, they had like 6 insurers. But in 1975, the past law they win in the war, and because of this one, all insurance companies they had to stop their insurance business, because from 1975 Lao government system is like socialism system. So the government they think that insurance is not necessary one. So all insurance companies they closed their company. And 1999 Lao they turn into like market economic liberalization. And also they try to make insurance draft version of insurance law. And in that for making a draft version of an insurance law, French government they helped Lao government, and the insurance law became effective in 1990 December. And also 1991, AGR, which is the Lao company with the Ministry of Finance, and also a French company, AGF. They were like monopoly insurer in the market in 1991. But in 2008, there were 5 new insurers enter in Laos. So from 1991 to 2007, AGR was the only insurance company in Laos. And now Laos has more than 22 insurance companies. And Myanmar, they opened their insurance industry in 2012 to the domestic insurance companies. And also in 2019, the Myanmar opened their insurance market to foreign insurance companies. And Vietnam, Bao Viet was the first state-owned insurance company in Vietnam. And they made the Insurance Business Act in 1999. And also in 2001, the 100% overseas insurance company was built at the first in Vietnam. And now they also try to expand their insurance market with the other countries' insurance company. And also, and lastly, Indonesia, for the first time, the Netherlands, they built an insurance company in Indonesia to provide like fire or transport insurance to protect their trade products. So it was kind of first insurance companies in Indonesia. And in Indonesia, domestic insurance company was established in 1992. And since the 1980s, many foreign insurance companies, they started their business in Indonesia. And next page. So so table 5 is about the Korean insurance companies in Laos, Myanmar, and Vietnam, Indonesia. There is no insurance company in Laos. I mean, no Korean insurance company in Laos. And in Myanmar, only 2 insurance companies they have like their office in Myanmar. So Global Life and also DB non-life insurance. And in Vietnam, they have there is 8 Korean insurers in Vietnam. And in Indonesia, there are 5 Korean insurers, and most of them are non-life insurance companies. And next page. So if you see the insurance premium volume, the table 6 is about the top 10 countries, and table 7 is about the emerging Asia countries. And you can see that the insurance market share, like life insurance market share and non-life market share, is quite different. Next page. And also next page. And I found some information from the Oxford reports, and I made a table 8 about the insurance market information in Laos, Myanmar, Vietnam, and Indonesia. So in Vietnam and Indonesia, non-life insurance market share is much bigger than non-life insurance market share. However, in Laos and Myanmar, non-life market share is bigger than life insurance. And about the number of insurance companies in Myanmar, I think I have to update it. I have to update with Tincho's presentation file. And about the main product in Vietnam, people main product in life insurance business is endowment and universal life, which is like saving characteristic life insurance. And next page. So the SKKU Global Insurance and Pension Research Center, we conducted the survey for the consumers in ASEAN countries. And this survey is sponsored by DB Insurance and also Korean Lee. And the survey questionnaire is based on the previous studies, and the survey questionnaire is in like demographic characteristics, and we asked about the religiosity and about the individualism, trust in financial institution, trust in your government, and trust in your in social and private insurance, and also trust in foreign insurance company. And also we asked about the financial literacy. And the survey, the period of survey is August to October, and including pretest, it took about 2 months. And we made a target the others over 20 years old in 4 countries. And we did a online survey. And at the first time, we made a goal for like collecting 500 respondents, 500 survey reply, but because of the COVID situation, it was not quite easy to collect 500. And so for the Myanmar, we only get the 250, and Vietnam we got the 468. And Indonesia and Laos, we got more than 500. And next page. So the table 9 is about the survey questionnaire structure. So we asked about the people like using record 7 scales, and for the financial literacy, we asked them about the 3 big financial literacy questions using using true or false. And I'm sorry, using multiple choice questions. And for the financial literacy, we also asked about the insurance literacy, basic knowledge about the insurance. And we asked 4 questions using true, false, and don't know. And lastly, we asked about the paper. How do you think about the life and non-life insurance and social and private insurance and domestic and foreign insurance company? And also, we also asked about the consumer ethnocentrism using Likert 7 scales. It is the main questions it is the questions when researchers they tries to find how people prefer like foreign or domestic goods or something like that. Next page. So from now, I will show you some examples about our center's questionnaire. For the religion and religiosity, we asked about the type of religion that people have. We put the answer 5 none because of the Vietnamese characteristics. And about the religiosity, I've searched about the previous research, and most of a lot of researchers they try to ask when they try to when they try to collect religiosity, they try to ask about how much do you believe about your God, and do you believe hell, or do you follow your Bible in your life or something like that. There were a lot of questions, but we only put the very simple 3 questions, like my religion is very important in my life, and also I believe God, and I follow the rules of my religion well, and we request people to choose the scale about the disagree or neutral or agree. And next page. And also we also answered about do you have any type of insurance, and if people have insurance, we made them to write down the insurance, the type of insurance, and which operator and how much do you pay for the insurance product. And I already mentioned about the financial literacy and insurance literacy, so I will skip this one. And next page. About the trust, I found some research about that financial decision. The relationship between financial decision and generalized trust. So we put generalized trust questions. And about the trust, we asked people about the how do you think about how do you trust about financial system in your country. And for the insurance operators, we ask the trust about the government, social insurance, private insurance, domestic insurer, and foreign insurer. For the trust question, we made like very detailed questions in 6 questions, and we asked them about the insurance operator. And next one. And consumer ethnocentrism. We could find a lot of papers about the like business marketing journals, And those are the basic questions about when people ask about the consumer ethnocentrism. So we made like 7 Likert scale questions. And next page. And here is our main questions. So we shows 5 different answers about please choose the ratio of importance between life and non-life insurance in your opinion, and also social and private, and also please choose the superior ratio between like foreign and domestic insurance companies. So like 100 to 0, or like 50, 50, 25 and 75 or something like that. So we our main question is the last 3 questions. And today I show you the survey structure of our research center. And tomorrow, actually, I am writing my PhD thesis using our center's survey result. And tomorrow I'm gonna talk about the main result about my research. And if you are interested in, please join Saturday's meeting, and I will present about my result. And if you can give me some opinion about the insurance background or insurance situation in your country, in Myanmar, Laos, Indonesia, and Vietnam, it will be very helpful. And thank you for listening to my presentation. Is there any questions? Thank you, Bonnie.
Pleasure.
I think everybody might be tired because the ASEAN session was like 4 hours, right? I think there is no question about our survey. And thank you everyone for attending the ASEAN ASEAN session, and sharing your research and also sharing your opinion. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Thank you so much.
Okay, we'll have a 5-minute break until 3:30. So please take your short break. Hello, MG.
Hi, Hangju. Nice to see you after a long time.
Long time no see.
How are you doing?
Fine, thank you. It's the year end.
We are okay.
Soon we will have a winter vacation.
Okay. So you made another institution. It's nice to know that. After IFACO, now another one.
Well, it's another academic conference, which
Oh, great.
SKKU hosts. Yeah. Hello, Dr. Hossein. Yeah,
Your microphone is.
Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum. How are you?
Yeah, assalamu alaikum. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And thank you for giving this opportunity to do this sort of research.
It's my pleasure to have you here.
Thank you.
Hi, Dr. Ban, Dean Ban.
Hi, hello everyone.
Hi.
You look great.
How are you?
Thank you.
How is the United States? Do you like it?
It's getting cold over here.
It's getting cold. Yeah.
Not as nice as in
Hanoi.
the weather.
I see, I see. How is Dhaka? Is it hot?
Dhaka is very comfortable weather.
Very comfortable weather. I see.
Very comfortable.
It's good. Good for you.
It's not chilly yet.
It's not chilly yet. I see, I see.
Now we don't have snow and ice and all now.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
The
That's
Korea
the best season we have.
Our best season we have, I see.
Yeah.
That's good.
And Dean, in which state you are in now?
Oh, I'm in Washington State.
Okay.
So it's close to Vancouver.
Yeah, it should be cold. It should be very cold there.
It was snowing a little bit, but not really thick snow yet.
It will start because 2 weeks back I was in Boston.
Oh.
Boston is even cooler, much, yeah.
Yeah.
Hongzhou, I think is our turn.
Yeah, I think so. Let me officially begin the next session, starting from the Professor Mamun and Dr. Hossein. Okay, they are presenting a very interesting paper titled Re-Engineering Banking and Bankers' Ways of Life, Lesson from COVID-19 Pandemic in Bangladesh. Okay.
Okay, let me start with a little introduction. Actually, my co-author, Dr. Jahid, he's a banker. He's a very senior banker. And during COVID, the problems they have faced, the banking industry, and they come up with some solution for that. Because a third wave of COVID, somebody expecting that it may come. So mainly, though we did it together, but it's he and his experience. And our data collection is mainly from banking, mainly is focused on banking industry.
I see.
How we can re-engineer for future. So with this little background, okay, may I request Dr. Hussein to present?
Okay.
And the slides are with you. Are you going to show us the slide or we have to? Hongzhou?
Yeah, you can do that. You can share your
if
screen
you please.
by yourself. Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Sir, with your permission, I'm sharing the slides.
You can share your
that's
slide.
Okay. That's okay.
You can go ahead. Okay, we'll see your screen.
Are you seeing the slides?
Yeah. Very
Okay.
fine. Yeah.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon, everyone. We are all here today to attend 2021 K-ASEAN Risk Management and Insurance webinar today. We from Bangladesh are going to present a paper on re-engineering banking and bankers' ways of life, lessons from COVID-19 pandemic in Bangladesh. I'm Dr. M.D. Zahid Hussain. I have completed my Doctor of Business Administration from Institution of Business Administration of Dhaka University, and I'm working as Senior Executive Vice President at Bank Asia. And
you
the
can go to
paper
the
has
slide
been...
mode. Jahid, you can go to the slide mode.
Slide.
slideshow. Yeah. This one. Slideshow. Yeah. Yeah. From current slide. Yeah, and this one too. From current slide. This one. On your upper left side, from current slide.
Slideshow.
Yeah, and then here.
Yeah, slideshow, then under that.
Yeah.
No, not this one.
From the left, current slide, from current slide, second left.
Go left, go left.
3 more. Here. This one. This one, this one.
This one.
No, close it. I think something.
Yeah, close. This one. From current slide, second.
This one, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. The paper has been done under the supervision of Professor Muhammad Ziaul Haq Mahmood. COVID-19 pandemic has rendered lessons to the whole global world regarding ways of leading the life. Thus, we have come to supposition to work on re-engineering banking and bankers' way of life. COVID-19 pandemic has left many challenges and complexities to the global world, as well as Bangladesh. Today, it has become more challenging due to the wide spread of this virus and its many variants. This pandemic has forced the business houses to go locked down, and many businesses could not sustain these abrupt changes, which forced them to close or downsize the capacity and production. Like many other parts of the world, it is the high time for Bangladesh to adapt to these new changes and apply virtual means of modern technologies to reform our businesses with features such as automation, online sales, delivery, work from home, remote work system, etc. These lead many dimensions of innovation and technology. Bangladesh was on the verge of economic boom prior to the pandemic. Bangladesh should put our best efforts from all efforts to bounce back and use the digital platforms to get back on the feet as a nation. Developing online work infrastructure, enabling remote access, and working from home are a dying need of the time. Especially, banks should design employee-friendly guidelines of the digital transformation of services. Various features of the banks, such as sales, account opening, international trade, loan processing, and various customer-oriented operations may go on online and automated. Self-service apps have already been launched, and still there are scopes of improvement to accelerate the banking process further and to avoid physical contact. We all should utilize our skills proficiently to contact this situation. All these need commitments, adaptation, infrastructure improvement, e-governance, and ethical practices. To continue doing this business as bankers in this challenging time, we will need to change the lifestyle, work process, and ways of thinking, follow digital platform, minimize physical contact, and develop a virtual working infrastructure to work from home. So the focus of the study, the health and security of our employees, their families, our customers, as well as the communities we serve, the utmost priority. In this study, we are discussing proactive measures to preserve overall well-being while we are continuing to serve our customers as a bankers. The scope of this research. The research study covered the work process reengineering for combating the COVID-19 pandemic and its various variants which we are encountering nowadays for the banking industry of Bangladesh. We are processed through digital platform. So the digital platform banking, in banking what we do, we actually do conventional banking, we do Islamic banking, we do offshore banking. So we will do the way of process in these platforms. So let's get into the details of aspects to be reviewed for digitization of communication throughout this process. So conventional banking. So in conventional banking, we need to focus on these aspects which will be reviewed for digitizing the banks and its services, like digitization of account opening process. Like nowadays, still people come into the bank physically to open the account, which can be taken to the online platform for all corporate, consumer, SME, or even the financial inclusion part. And we can do a full-fledged internet banking, automation of credit processing and approval process, a maintenance of comprehensive data of the clients, online platforms for the corporate customers, automation of foreign exchange, daily monitoring and follow-up, digital archiving and cloud services, automation of other departments of treasury, anti-money laundering, people's management division, logistics and support service division, internal control and compliance division and accounts department, inter-department digital communication. We'll now also talk about conventional banking, which can be digitized, and they are digitizing the account opening process, activation of the digital channel, and automation of the credit card, approval and processing, online platform for corporate customers, digital monitoring and recovery, and digitization of account opening in details covered. We divide the digitization of account opening into two segments. One is self-opening and another is opening from the sales team. The sales team will also follow the process of the digitization. In the self account opening system, it will be totally on mobile-based apps or any PC-based apps, and there will be two factors of automation which will be covered, the security part of this account opening system. Now come to the conventional banking, digitization of account opening. I have covered this self-opening and sales team. This covered activating of the digital channel, then automation of the credit. That the way we do the credit proposal nowadays, it is totally physically. We go or the customers come and we take the related papers and then we process the proposal and we say advise the sanction letter and do the documentation formalities. Now in the automation of credit, what we are looking forward, it is the way we'll take all these things in our automated system. What we will do, we'll take the e-loan documentation, to process the credit proposal. We'll do except the factory visit, which is mandatory for doing the processing the credit loans, and the collateral security visit. We will try to process all the paper related works through e-platform, and that's from the both way, from the banker's end, from the customer's end, we'll process this together, and that's the way we'll bring down the automation of credit processing. And that's also will cover the documentation part and as well as the limit loading part, for which we, after limit loading, the disbursement takes place in the commercial banks. So those will be go under the e-loan documentation process. Now the key attributes of the digital credit. Conventional banking, time to take decision, it will take low time due to this intervention with the like e-platform. People can take immediate decision by with the security process and everything. If with the required data set and the required papers are in the readily available, the relationship management team and the governance team will work together with the customers to do the risk management process together, to take the judgment and to take the decision of the either to take the loan approval or not, and to immediately communicate the same to the customers through this e-platform. Other issues are deferral management, which is like we all know, to take a loan for approval, we need to do certain documentation, and those documentation can be can have a 3 months, 6 months, or a 1 year deferral system, which also need to be automatically popping system through which we will do this documentation. And this is digitization of RJC. This is a part of documentation issues with the credit approval system. Data analysis and maintaining comprehensive data online platform of the corporate customers. This will be also done through e-platform. So these are the full-fledged internet banking. And then like what we are planning to do is the digitization of the account opening process, then full-fledged internet banking, automation of credit analysis, approval, sanction, documentation, disbursement, visits of survey, financials, rating of the risk analysis, performance valuation, legal appliances, and all these can be done through the e-platform. Maintenance of comprehensive data of the customers and online platforms for the corporate customers through the security system. Then automation of trace services is already in the place, because we have the security check and we have found that this is possible for the customers with the security and the a registered email number, that with that email, if they send their application for foreign trade, either for LC opening or to do handling export documents, we have found that this is very much possible to do the automation in the trace service. And during this pandemic situation, this really worked very much for the for maintaining the health and hygiene and well-being of the customers and the bankers too. Then automation of trace service technology may use apps has been already been applied, and multiple transaction modes has already been applied, and we have found the results is very fruitful in Bangladesh. And now let's go to the digitalization of monitoring and recovery of management. So what we usually do, we usually for you, this is something we want to share, that we have already launched voice banking in commercial banks, and through which any sort of remote area or countrywide voice can be recognized, and that is a security system we follow. And through that we can do what we can do, the monitoring or the communication with the customers. And what we are doing for digital monitoring and recovery management system, we are arranging virtual meetings with the corporate customers, with our corporate houses and with the management team. And before this system, we used to see that commuting was a big factor. After this virtual system took place, our operation, we have seen life has become very easy. And now we are doing meetings which you used to do physically 1 or 2 in a day, which you could do 4 or 5 in a day. So this is very important, that minimizing of this commuting issue. And in Bangladesh we face traffic issues and jam management, which has been also being mitigated through this virtual system. And we are also doing that monthly credit approval, outstanding and EMI status update to customers through this SMS and voice banking. We are also doing the collection through third parties and through that fintech system. And we are also sharing internal resources with the security measurement in the place. about the digital monitoring and recovery management. We are also taking credit rating every 6 months. We are also doing complete software development of the recovery division. We have CCTV monitoring for the banks, sales outlet, and warehousing. And this warehousing covered our all the security documentation, our central godowns, and everything which is required for the commercial banks. And in case of the classified loan, we can track through mobile and all this, and activation of GPS locator from mobile for the defaulted customers track. These are the things we have found during this pandemic. These are coming to the everyday day of life. And digital archiving, this is another thing we are into the practice that we all are doing archiving and documentation of digital through a scan of the high performing scanner, and all should be archived in the bank's central server and categorically organized by the bank to address these concerned department officials through their ID and password. So security is an issue which we are mitigating every aspects of the daily work. So other departments which require to be automated, and we have done it already. With these are treasury, asset, anti-money laundering department, internal control and compliance department, logistics and support, marketing. Marketing nowadays, marketing is all in email based or SMS based, and a human resource management and account services. Digital communication, both centralized and decentralized banks have to run communication between head office and branches with the different purposes, and we are all doing it through the to avoid physical contact. We are doing it through the digital platform, and we have done the UAT, users acceptance test, and during the early COVID-19 situation, and we have found it that this actually consuming less time. So we are actually full-fledged operation with this digital platform. Now about the Islamic banking, it's all about the action plan for the next 5 years, basic arrangement for the bankers and digital transformation. Same at the conventional banking, we have done similar sort of practices for Islamic banking. Branch banking scopes, general banking division, sales team management, investment division, foreign exchange division. These all we have done through, we have brought it down to our scope of automation. And communication through head office, we have developed an internal secured communication software system. I'm talking about it is representing not only my personal or own bank, we have done it through PR bank analysis, and they have also developed the similar practices. And this is a technology based communication mode, and we are avoiding to go to the head office to avoid the physical contact, and we are avoiding physical working, and we are trying to do it through online or mobile based or laptop based, so that we are always connected during the office hours. And we have also introduced that work from home environment where people can go or work from home, and we have got a system where they need to upload and update or hour wise with the professional break, that what are the things they have delivered for the day, depending on the department they actually looking for. Actually, someone who is working in the general banking system, someone is working in credit, someone is working in foreign trade, someone is working in marketing, someone is in people management division, how they are utilizing the professional hours. That also we are doing an archive while they are in the work from home situation. And digital archiving, we have archiving all the documents through a scanner, and categorically we have done the archiving system, and depending on the need of the users, they have been given ID and password, and they can download and use the information. And we have got these things forming a separate team to authenticate all documents digitally. So about the offshore banking, to explore the potentially global excess of the asset liability, we have now working on offshore banking too. And to solve the needs, so we have set joint ventures with the foreign currency finance, and to attract the non-resident Bangladeshi investors, we do this offshore banking, and to offer preferential rates to the customers on both foreign currency and liabilities of OBO, and to enjoy tax privileges. Obviously, bank will operate in the business unit, and profit centers is totally different for this offshore banking unit. And these sectors of offshore banking is trade and import-export management, then enterprise business and credit management, then web-based reporting of import and export, and then e-signature and all these through the like compliances and that security archives. So about the conclusion, we can say that
Hey, Jahid, we cannot hear you.
I'm trying to conclude our presentation, and I would like to tell one by one about our concluding remarks. Banks play a significant role in the financial sector. Even since the beginning of the pandemic, banks have been providing services reluctantly. And however, more challenging time is coming, and being prepared for the meeting the challenges should be more proactive, and we should take following steps in this regard. Formation of a great association with bankers, Association of Bankers, Bangladesh Association of Bankers, Bangladesh Bank, ICT Ministry, Finance Ministry, Planning Ministry, and PM Office for quick implementation of recommendation done by the commercial banks. Recommendation to reduce the duty of a specific hardware, which are mostly used for the banking digitization, and frequent follow-up with the Bangladesh Bank and ICT division to align existing financial laws, which are banking, company law, AML and CFT law, digital safety law, with the latest fintech concepts, and creating an environment to provide more digital literacy to bank staff so that they can keep themselves updated, and acknowledging and updating banks owners wherever applicable the tangible and intangible benefits of the digital transformation. This is the time to work together, stay safe, and keep the country's economy moving on the way of development. So these are the works we have been cited while we are doing this research work.
Skip this, already time is over.
Okay, yeah. And this is our question and answer. If you have any questions.
Okay, you can take out the slide. If anybody has any questions, they can ask you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hussein.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think you have the doctoral degree already, but why are you writing another dissertation?
Yes, please.
You are already doctor, right?
Yes.
And you are writing another dissertation. Is this your dissertation? No?
No. This is a research work.
I see. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, any question from the floor or from audience? Then let me ask you a question. Bangladesh is a Muslim country where the brotherhood or the partnership is very important. In case of Korea, digitalization goes with the reduction of the employees. Many employees are fired actually by the digitalization. What about the Bangladesh?
You are talking about the right sizing of the human resource.
Right.
So actually, we look after the well-being of the people, and we look human resource as humane. That we actually, the Bangladesh is a country of harmony. So they actually believe in how to work with the employment more, and to how to work with the base of the pyramid. And therefore, I can tell you our experiences about the commercial banks. We try to retain or recruiting more people during this pandemic to.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Yeah,
that's the readily available data that if you allow me to disclose that in Bank Asia even during the 2020 we have included 150 people newly, and this 2021 we are planning to include 250 number. So this is a commercial bank I'm disclosing about this. Like this, there are 66 commercial banks playing role in Bangladesh market. So you can understand that the way we are looking after the well-being, that is the priority. This in the country is a, as you said, is a Muslim country, and we definitely look for the well-being of the customers. We actually try to avoid the capitalism concept. We try to establish the humanitarian ground more than the other factors of the world.
I see.
Thank you.
I think that is the more interesting part you may introduce to the audience maybe next time.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
I'll add it in my scope.
Digitalization goes everywhere, but the maintenance of the human resources, like in your country, is very special. In case of Korea, many banks try to cut the number of employees, while the financial regulator or supervision agency try to control the speed of the reduction of the people. I think the Korean case is very popular in worldwide, but your country is special. Special.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
A question?
Any question?
Can I have a question, Professor Zoom?
Yeah, of course you can. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I actually have a question. So it seems that your banking industry is changing a lot. So how about the fintech companies in Bangladesh? Is it competing with banking sectors, or they are working together to have new, new services for consumers there?
Thank you, Van. Thank you for the question. I'm telling you the hands-on experience about the fintech. What happened, like we have done so many researches, and we have found still in Bangladesh there are 52% people are unbanked. So this is a huge in number. So I will rather say fintech is coming as a complement for the commercial banks. So we have already introduced voice banking, and we have found there are more scopes to take it from the fintech. We are trying to coming up with the blockchain activities. We are coming up with the different technology and the different product line and the collaborative approaches their fintech is offering. So the commercial banks, while they are seeing one particular bank is doing it with one of the fintech, they are immediately planning to join the team and to get in the. Ultimately, this is all about the demand and supply. Since I have already mentioned the data that 52% people are still unbanked. So like it's not a competitive. It's not a competition. It's rather a complement. The fintech companies are coming and shaking hands with the commercial banks, and we are seeing it set, and that's as an opportunity rather as a competition. Thank you, Van.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Dr. Hossein and Professor Mamun, for your interesting paper presentation. Now we are turning to.
You can take out the slide.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Now we'll have the Professor Tin T. Tan Bang from VNU, now in Washington State University. She's presenting factors impact digital financial consumer protection in 135 countries from 2014 to 2018. Okay, you can share your screen after Dr. Hossein take up his.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Okay, let me share. Can you see my screen now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Van, and I'm working at Vietnam National University, University of Economics and Business in Vietnam. And first of all, let me say thank you so much, Professor Jung. You are such a great help for many Vietnamese professors in our university. And thank you so much for inviting me here to present about our recent research. And I hope that I can share some perspectives about factors that can impact digital financial consumer protection in the world, and having some snapshot about this situation in the world now to everyone to see. So the motivation for our research came from three main problems in our society today. First, the asymmetric information. In the past, it seemed that financial intermediaries was considered to have less information about their consumers. For example, information about the tendency to pay back the loan, or the loan purpose, or the ability to manage the money borrowed. But recently, with the development of technology, firms use big data to analyze and can collect consumer records and behaviors easily. However, on the other hand, consumers are facing a lot of terminologies, documents. Some of us here, even we are working in finance and banking, but we do not understand completely about terms like stable coins or decentralized finance or non-fungible tokens. So digital financial services become more complicated and sophisticated that it's very difficult for consumers to process and analyze the informal financial service mentioned above. The second motivation is the inequality. You can see that a lot of disadvantaged groups like low income women could be excluded from the formal services. With fintech development recently worldwide, the financial inclusion might be better, but the low financial literacy and new problems from the digital service arise. So this group of people might become victims for online fraud that happen a lot in developing countries. And who is going to protect those group of people? So that's why we really want to see how digital financial consumer protection in the world happening. And the final problem is the negative externality for the economic development. The lack of consumer protection leads to a decline in social trust and influence the transaction and social costs, then adversely impacts the long-term growth of the economy. So that's why we need to know the state of the FCP in the world, and we need to draw some conclusion towards improving the FCP in the world. So those are our main motivation for our research. We think that our main contribution of the research is that first, we try to quantify the DFCP index in 135 countries around the world in the period of 2014 to 2018. And second, we try to identify the main factors that can affect the DFCP index that we just built. And finally, we try to provide some policy implication for improving the FCP. So our research actually tried to answer some questions. First, how is the DFCP index measured and quantified? Who did that before? And the second, which factor groups impact the DFCP index and which are the most important factors in the research period? And how to improve DFCP in the future, of course. So we did look at literature and technical reports of international organizations responsible for financial consumer protection in the world. For example, OECD, World Bank, or CGAP. They all have overall structure of FCP policies, financial consumer protection policy and practice, and having some qualitative analysis of different dimensions of digital financial consumer protection, such as consumer complaints or a resolution system. But we think that the most comprehensive index was built by Federation of German Consumer Organization in 2017. They made efforts to measure DFCP inclusion based on 8 dimensions. I don't know if you can see it here, but it's access, economic interest, product safety and liability, privacy data, and etc. 8 dimensions here, and those 8 dimensions include 25 criteria. And our research actually used this index and try to collect data from different sources to calculate the DFCP index of 135 countries from 2014 to 2018. The reason why we choose 135, not because we don't want to have more countries, but because of lacking the data. And also the period from 2014 to 2018 is the period that we can collect the data from all 25 criteria here. So we also look at the previous studies and we found out several factors that can impact the FCP have been using by international organizations and researchers in the past. From these studies, we selected 4 factors, main factors that can affect the DFCP as follows. The first one is financial education and society. Financial education and society can improve consumer literacy and then increase the social trust. And social trust is an important factor in improving the financial inclusion, protecting the disadvantaged groups. And the second factor is infrastructure and technology, of course, because you can see that nowadays the digital financial service is different with the past services because of the technology. Technology infrastructure can satisfy consumer services, and then it might improve their protection. So those are the first 2 factors. We have 2 other factors. The third one is market size, or the competitiveness of the market. This one can improve the financial markets and have a better DFCP, because the expansion of the market reflects the higher competition pressure for the economy. And then when the competition is increased, it can contribute to the improvement of the financial goods and service and eliminate the monopoly in the market, and which will help to protect consumers. The final factor that we use is institutional innovation. We think that we found from previous study that innovation can contribute to the long-term growth and reduce problems for financial consumers. For example, the innovation mechanism within the companies can contribute to the long-term growth and reduce transaction costs and quickly solve problems arising from financial consumers. However, for this factor, we can see that there's so many different results. So the uncertain relationship between institutional and financial service system can be seen, and we try to find out the negative or the positive relationship later. We also use gender gap as a control variable to see if there is a gender discrimination in the use of financial services, especially digital financial services, because men seem to have more tech-savvy knowledge than women. So when we look at the literature, we can see that there is no complete DFCP index in the world so far, due to the data limitation in the previous period. And even though there are a lot of research talking about the DFCP, but they did not actually calculate the DFCP index in absolute or quantified exactly. So that's why we try to find the data to measure the DFCP itself and measure also the impact of 4 factors that we selected that can impact to DFCP. So we select data from different resources. For example, for assess, we use a global FinTech database to have data for the assess dimension. We use data from different sources, from World Bank, from Network Readiness Index, ITO Global Cybersecurity Index, UCTAS, and GFMA. We try to collect data as much as we can from 2014 to 2018 and 135 countries to build and to calculate the FCP. So the other dimension, for example, information and transparent. We use the World Bank Global Survey on Consumer Protection and Financial Literacy. Then we try to combine all of the database to build the FCP. So for the factor groups affecting the FCP index, we also collected data from Global Competitive Index and Global FinTech from OECD. Also, the control variable gender gap, we use Mobile Connectivity Index. So for the 4 factors, we also try to use a lot of database from different sources. And in order to measure the factors impact the FCP index, we use a research model as shown in the slides. And after several testing, we selected the fixed effect model and did some robust and sensitive check to get the final result. The result we have here, we also try to compare and check with the previous studies on digital financial consumer protection and financial inclusion as well to see if the result made sense. And we saw the comparable. For example, as you can see in the table here, the DFCP index in the G20 group members is expected to be higher than that of the developing countries index. We also compare with some relevant indicators such as financial inclusion from the global FinTech, and we also saw the comparable as well. So, and here is the result that we use our software to illustrate the DFCP in the world map. This is what I like the most about our research, because we can see now the different color representing the DFCP level of 135 countries from dark blue to light yellow. And you can see that some regions with high DFCP index were North America, Western Europe, Asia Pacific, and Japan. The result is also consistent with research by Chen 2018 and Zhao 2020. And meanwhile, many countries in Africa and some Asian countries such as Vietnam, Laos, PDA, and Cambodia and Myanmar possess low indicators. This is reflects the consequences of digital fraud in ASEAN and the immaturity of the digital finance, according to the OECD report in 2018. So the color shift, if you can see from the above and the low map from 2014 to 2018, the color shift from in some reasons, it also demonstrates an improvement of the DFCP index. The most noticeable color shift is in Canada. You can see that it's from orange to totally yellow here. In some countries like sub-Saharan Africa, it can change from the dark blue to purple in here. So this confirms many recent reports on an improvement in the FCP index in these areas. So now you can see that which countries is having a better consumer protection in than the other countries by looking at this map. Okay. So the regression result, we saw that the FCP index was influenced by 4 dimensions, including education and IT infrastructure, institutional innovation, and market size. And there is a discrimination in the use of the digital financial services between men and women, especially in relation to service rights and consumer rights. So those are the regression results. And we did check with previous studies, and it showed a great compatible result with many other researchers. For example, for financial education and society, it had the positive impact to digital financial consumer protection index, and it's similar to research by Rosner and Pollard in 2020 and 2014. And finally, you can see that market size here have a strongest effect to the FCP index. So market competitiveness is very important factor that can impact the digital financial consumer protection in the world. So in conclusion, our research show that now we can see a snapshot of the FCP of the world in a more quantifying aspect. And there are 4 key factors that can impact the FCP index, which are financial education and society, infrastructure, technology, market size, and institutional innovation. However, market size has a strong impact. So the solution to improve the FCP due to the increasing and improving the asymmetric information and inequality for digital financial consumers compared to the other agencies' problem. Okay, so that leads to our recommendation for policymakers that we should improve our competitiveness of the economy by joining more bilateral or multi-bilateral agreements, improving government's accountability, or we can try to improve and revise the legal system. This is the most important factor that we can find, and it creates more service choice for consumers and the competitive pressure to to all the firms will encourage products improvement. The second factor is innovation. Of course, we need to support for research and innovation. For example, R&D investment within firms and financial institutions. And of course, infrastructure is very important factor as well. We need to build and improve digital platforms, for example, internet coverage or internet speed in the world, in the country, and try to have a more favorable infrastructure for foreign companies to get into the country as well. And the final factor that is education, financial education. So improve financial education can improve the understanding by training, learning, studying, and self-awareness. So that the government should provide regulation to make transparent information, improve accountability, and provide more official information and financial support for consumers. And I think that's the very important factors as well. So thank you so much for your attention. That should end the presentation and our research. And I welcome all the questions that you may have. But let me show you again the picture of the DFCP in the world. I hope that actually currently we are refining the paper to submit to a journal. And we hope that in the future we can have more data to cover more countries, and also to have more period to compare the improvement with within countries as well. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Ban, for your ambitious project. Growing world map with the indexation 135 countries. Okay. Any question from the floor or audience? Okay. In case, let me ask you a question, simple question about the market size. Market size means a country's the financial market size.
It's actually the market size here. Let me show you. The market size, actually the competitiveness of the market. It's not only just the size, it's about the quality of the markets as well. For example, if the financial markets have more and competitive products, so the quality of the service will be improved, and also the consumers can have more choice to select. So it is not just about the size; it's about the competitiveness of the market.
I see.
And it's yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any further question? Okay, I wish you best luck with your future research and the publication. I guess your paper will be accepted by a top-rated journal.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Yes, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah. Okay, now we are turning to two related interesting papers about the catastrophic risk modeling by a doctoral student in Hong Kong Polytechnic University, followed by a Korean expert in CAN model, so-called catastrophic risk model. So it's a parallel paper presentation, one by one. The first paper will be the Ms. Yao Han Lee from Hong Kong Polytechnic University, Hong Kong. Her presentation title is Coppola-based catastrophic risk modeling. And then Junhee Yu and Chunho Baek from Korean Insurance Development Institute and the Korean Reinsurance Company, making a comment while introducing the Korean model in practice. Okay. Now, Ms. Yao-Han Lee, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor John, for the introduction. Now I will share my screen. Could you see the screen now?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you very much, Professor John, for inviting us to join this risk management and insurance conference. I'm the doctoral student from the Hong Kong Polytechnic University. Actually, I just finished my PhD, and today I will present the topic on the coupler-based catastrophe risk modeling. So here's some personal background on myself. So I have just finished my PhD, and I recently got an offer to be a lecturer at the Hong Kong Metropolitan University. So if luckily next year I will be a lecturer at another university. And prior to my PhD study, I was studying the civil and structural engineering in the University College London. And previously, I studied my bachelor degree at the University of Nottingham in China. So basically, my background was in structural engineering and civil engineering. So today's presentation will also focus on the engineering side, talk about the risk modeling. The outline of today's presentation consists of 5 parts. So after a brief introduction, I will highlight my 2 methods introducing in terms of the catastrophe risk modeling in terms of the multivariate approach for the vulnerability assessment for structures. And a second one will be considering the long-term loss assessment for structures during this process. And then 2 illustrative examples will be provided to illustrate the methods. And finally, I will give you the conclusions. So now let's get started. A brief introduction on the risk-based catastrophe modeling. Basically, we will talk about 4 aspects. So basically, it's the first step, we should analyze the hazard itself. So for example, no matter the typhoon hazard or earthquake hazard, the first probability hazard analysis is based on the event generation and the hazard intensity to quantify the probable frequency and magnitude of our hazard. And based on the hazard analysis, we can move to the structural vulnerability analysis. So we can quantify the failure probability of our structures, and then we can move to the damage estimation, which means we can, based on our hazard analysis and also the structural analysis, to quantify the possible cost, like the financial cost or the people of damage, like casualty number of people, to give the damage function. And finally, we can times the failure probability and also the consequence, give the possible financial loss estimation. So previously, the traditional hazard risk analysis in terms of the catastrophe risk modeling is kind of rough estimation using the Hassel's model. So this is the most commonly used model in previous catastrophe risk modeling. So for the current research, basically we are moving to 2 aspects. The first aspect is we are going to the more advanced building specific modeling. So which means we're actually involving more detailed analysis of our structures or buildings. And the second part is we are going to more community level, goes to the large amount of buildings, so goes to the portfolio level. So not only we are doing analysis based on single building, but moving to the large area, so which is required by the large insurance and reinsurance companies. So the two research gap that I am focusing on is basically about the second part, the structural vulnerability analysis, and also the damage and financial estimation. So the first research gap I'm working on and focusing on is the vulnerability assessment. So some basic background in terms of this aspect is actually focusing on the typhoon hazard. So the typhoon hazard is actually a hazard with multi-hazard feature because it has high waves and heavy rain and also strong wind during a typhoon event. And previously, especially in US, so lots of coastal highway bridges were severely damaged by hurricanes. So it is called hurricanes in US, and in Asian countries, we call it typhoons. So in this aspect, when we talk about the vulnerability assessment, previous studies, the basically focusing on the single parameter, or they neglect the dependence of hazard parameters, and they haven't investigated the compound effect of such correlated hazard parameters on the vulnerability. So the first research gap that I would like to fill in is to investigate such impact on our vulnerability. And the second research gap I'm talking about is about the loss assessment. So the loss assessment, basically previous studies based on the single hazard loss. So for example, after a single typhoon and after a single earthquake event, how will be the loss and how will be the financial cost, and also maybe the social loss. However, when we talk about the long-term horizon, how will be the long-term impact, and how such during the long-term loss assessment, because we are considering the future arrivals of stochastic typhoon events or hazard events, how will be the like some features of these hazards? One concern that I would like to highlight is the stochastic process. So basically, previous studies, they only consider the stationary stochastic process to represent the hazard arrivals. So when we talk about the climate change impact and also different like strong event impact, it's usually related to the non-stationary. So we need to consider the non-stationary stochastic processes, and also when we quantify the loss, it's more about the distribution of our loss. So how to quantify the loss more effectively compared to the traditional methods purely based on the Moncaro simulation, the analytical assessment can severely improve the computational efficiency. So that's why I would like to fill in the gap to use the analytical assessment to quantify the loss distribution by evaluating the higher order moments. So this is the second research gap that I would like to fill in. So now let's look at the first method that I would like to propose to fill the research gap one. So the research objectives of this part is basically I would like to simulate the correlated hazard parameters relationship. And then by identifying the such dependence, I would like to investigate the impact of such dependence on the vulnerability, and then also validate it with the real-time, with the historical data and also our engineering-based experiments. So the research objectives that I have proposed, the methods that I propose is by using the multivariate analysis, and also instead of the traditional joint probability distribution method or the empirical model, we should use the advanced mathematical tool to provide the flexibility to incorporate like real-time data or other kinds of data, and also validation results. The method that I have used is a coupler model, and the parameters that I'm focusing on is the peak water level and the maximum wave height. So I choose these two parameters for illustrative purposes. In previous studies, these two parameters are usually related to the typhoon-induced storm surge. So I highlighted these two parameters, but of course we can use other different typhoon-related parameters and also apply for this coupler model. So you may curious what is a coupler model. So here is information talking about more about this coupler. So the coupler function is basically a coupler couples the marginal distributions to the multivariate distribution function. So if we talk about the coupler model for the proposed two storm parameters about the peak water level and the maximum wave height, we can easily use the coupler model to combine the marginals of these two parameters and also the joint impact. So if you look at the structure of the coupler model, actually you can find its advantage. So it can provide the flexibility because you separately consider the joint impact and also the marginal distribution of the parameters. So this is one of the most biggest advantage for using this coupler model. And apart from that, is we can actually use a coupler model to apply for more complicated models because previously, if you use the empirical model, it's very hard for you to adapt to the new data and also some new structures. And secondly, it's more flexible to incorporate the real-time data because you can easily change the modeling format. And we usually have lots of coupler families. Basically, these three coupler families are commonly used. The extreme value coupler, elliptical couplers, and also Archimedean couplers. And also when we measure the dependence between parameters, we can use the correlation coefficients like Pearson, Kendall-Tall, or Spearman's rule. Each of them have very different features and we can choose them based on our own situation. And here are some examples of couplers. So each of them belong to the different three coupler families. And for different coupler, they have different coupler function, mathematical expressions, and also they have very different dependent structure, for example, the tail dependence. So here's some figure showing you how will be the difference. So this is a Kendall-Tall. So this is a correlation coefficient. For the same degree of correlation coefficient, the different coupler gives you very different dependent structures, especially at the tail dependence features. So basically, we can, based on our data, and to choose the most fit coupler model. The second method that I propose to bring the research gap is the long-term loss assessment. The research objective for this part will be, firstly, I would like to not only focusing on the stationary stochastic process to represent the hazard arrivals, but also I would like to consider the non-stationary characteristics in the long-term impact. Of course, we want to incorporate the long-term loss assessment, not only the single hazard event, but also like multiple hazard events. And secondly, and thirdly, will be the higher order analysis, like using the analytical assessment to give you more information to describe the loss distribution. Here is the formulation of our long-term loss. So this figure shows you how will be the long-term loss to quantify. So for each point here is a single hazard event. So from 0 to T interval, that will be the time horizon that we are focusing on. And during this, it will be a stochastic process. So for example, you can use the Poisson process, which is one of the most commonly used stochastic process to quantify the hazard arrivals. And for each event, it will have a single loss. We call it loss severity. And for each one, you have L1, L2 for different hazard events. And when you quantify all these potential loss, you need to sum it up, and you also need to discount them to the present value. That's why we have a discount factor. So here, because the long-term loss will be a random variable, the compound random variable. So we want to get its expectation, of course, and also other analytical statistics. So the method that I propose here to, okay, so before introducing you my method, here are some basic information about the stochastic processes. So as I have mentioned, the Poisson process will be one of the most commonly used to describe the stochastic arrivals of our hazard events. Basically, when we talk about the earthquakes and hurricanes, this is commonly used one in previous studies. But in recent research, like lots of researchers have mentioned, when you consider different features, for example, the renewal process will be when you consider the very strong earthquakes in the long-term horizon. The renewal process will be a more suitable one because especially when you incorporate the like earthquake arrival data and also the magnitude. And also the non-homogeneous Poisson process will be more suitable to describe the hurricane arrivals when you consider the climate change, because we are expecting more frequent hurricane arrivals during the long term. And also the mixed Poisson process will be like, we consider the arrival will be a random variable. So the mixed Poisson model actually considers the environmental variability for the hurricane arrivals in the long term. So this is some stochastic models that we use actually in the long term to quantify the arrivals. And then goes to our method. So the method that I propose to address the long-term loss assessment is actually the moment generating function. So why I choose this method is based on its property. The moment generating function for a random variable can be described in this equation. And I found that if you take different orders of derivatives of the moment generating function at 0, actually you can get its moments at different level. So if you take the first derivative at 0, you can get its expected value, and second derivative will be the second moment. So based on this idea, I would like to derive the moment generating function for the long-term loss based on different stochastic processes. And then by taking different orders of derivatives at 0, I can actually get the higher order moments for different processes and cases. So based on this idea, I have derived the moment generating function for different stochastic processes of long-term loss. And based on these equations, we can take the derivatives at a different level and then take it at 0. We can find the different moments for the cases. And all these results were verified by the Monte simulation. And during this validation, I have found it's very time consuming to use a Monte simulation, because for each case and at one time horizon value, you have to spend like more than 3 to 4 hours to simulate the whole process, especially when you consider lots of buildings and structures, that will be much more time consuming. But if we can use the analytical results, I can easily get the result in seconds. So now I would like to show you some case studies. The first case study I would like to highlight is about a single infrastructure system subject to the hurricane hazard in US. I choose this example is because in previous hurricane events, the bridge was severely damaged by the hurricane events. And the common failure for this type of bridge is the dike and seating failure caused by the optical wave force exceeds the vertical capacity. And the location that we choose is the Florida, which is the location of the bridge. And this is actually the track of the previous hurricane events. So the modeling of our hazard parameters by using our Koppler model actually consists of 3 parts. The first part is I have to simulate the marginal distribution. So based on the storm parameters, I can fit their own distribution for peak water level and maximum wave height. And then based on the Koppler model of our data, I can actually use the goodness of fit to find the most fitted Clayton Koppler for our data set. And the correlation coefficient for the data set will be 0.41. So, and also so based on the simulation data, I can actually apply our vulnerability analysis. This is more about engineering part. So we quantify the failure probability of our bridge by defining our capacity and our demand based on the dike and seating failure. So here are some results I would like to show you. So the traditional method, we didn't consider such correlated impact. That will be the Kendall's tau at 0, like the failure probability will be at this number. And however, our data set will have the Kendall's tau at 0.41 is more close to the 0.5 Kendall's tau data set. And you can see the failure probability is significantly underestimated actually. So the return period here is actually representing the different magnitude of our hurricane. So this is more about the slight, kind of slight hurricane hazard, and this will be a stronger one. And also some loss results to show you is when we quantify more detailed inputs in terms of the long term. And actually for the 50-year return period hurricane, compared to the traditional method, our case actually confounds that the traditional method neglecting the correlated hazard parameters, like underestimate the loss severity and also the long-term loss significantly. And such results can be more significant for the 50-year and 70-year return period of hurricanes. The difference for the strong hurricanes will be not very significant if you can compare to these figures. So I have enlarged the case for the 50-year return period to show you is when we talk about the expected long-term loss and also the standard deviation of it, you can see when you consider like the dependence between these hazard parameters, the difference on the long terms can be very, very different. And for this case, we only compare the scenario between the peak water level and also the storm and also the maximum wave height. And in real cases, we can involve a more complicated Koppler model and more multivariate dependent structure of our parameters. So we have to evaluate such dependent structures between hazard variables very carefully. And the second case study that I would like to show you is a community level seismic loss assessment. Because the previous study that we are focusing on is actually just show you how will be such correlated hazard parameters can have the impact on our loss in terms of a single infrastructure system. But in our insurance industry, because we are focusing on the large amount of buildings and portfolio level, so it's more important to investigate the community level hazard analysis and the loss assessment. So here's the work that I'm collaborating with my colleague Ali. So we are investigating a community at the Pakistan, and this is the location that we have chosen. And here are the hazard maps. We consider the peak ground acceleration and also the peak ground velocity. And so this legend represents different magnitudes of them. So you can find like more darker red represents the more severe earthquake scenarios. So these are the hazard intensities for our seismic risk assessment. And apart from this first step, we should move on to the vulnerability analysis. It's quite similar to the situation of our last case study. But the difference here is that because we're considering the community level, so we should quantify different building inventory. So we have different building types, and we need to consider the commercial building and also different types of residential building and give them different classes to quantify. And for different classes, we should calculate their fragility, which is also the vulnerability analysis. And also I can, based on the vulnerability, give the different repair scenarios, and I can quantify the repair cost, which will be the financial loss in terms of different buildings and different different magnitudes of our earthquakes. And then based on the hazard analysis and also the vulnerability analysis, I can give you the final financial loss estimation of our community. So this is the community map, and for different level of return period of our earthquake, it will be very different for the economic consequence and also the casualty. We also consider the environmental consequences, well, generally evaluated based on the carbon emissions because of the repair of the building. So this also gives us a sustainability-based assessment. So in conclusion, in this presentation, I have introduced our two methods. One is by using the multivariate approach to evaluate the vulnerability of our civil infrastructure system subjected to the hurricane event, which is a kind of multi-hazard features of extreme events. And also I have proposed a moment density function to evaluate the analytical higher order moments of our long-term loss by considering the stochastic features of the hazard arrivals. And certainly I have introduced our community level sustainability-based loss assessment by considering the seismic, by considering the earthquake hazards. So these are the main contributions of our research. And this will be the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. I will stop sharing here. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lee.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
This very technical paper, but looks very useful.
Thanks.
Okay. Now we will have the two presentations, including discussion from the Korean side. Okay.
Yeah.
Dr. Yoo Jung-hee and Baek Chon-woo will present Korean practice in CAN model and will give a little comment on the Dr. Lee's paper. Please.
Okay.
Thanks, Professor Jones. This is Chun from Korean Lee.
Yeah. And this is Jung-hee
yeah,
from Korea.
Yeah. In this session, we'll talk about the CAN model in Korea. And actually, I already discussed the paper or presentation of the previous one, the Dr. Lee. Already we had some discussions. So for me, I think we had a very long discussion, but I'll give a very short discussion on yours. And I think myself and then the Dr. Yu from KIDI are only person can understand the presentation of Dr. Lee, but don't worry about our presentation. It's much easier than hers. So, and at first, Dr. Yu will present about the CAN model of KIDI, in-house model, and then I will present about the brief introduction about the application of the CAN model in insurance industry. So, Dr. Yu, you start.
Yeah. Okay, can you see this slide? Maybe.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, then I'll start. Actually, as Dr. Beck already mentioned, I'll make a presentation for our in-house model, especially for typhoon and flood model. And maybe in the last part, we will just briefly talk about the pandemic model, because these days, yeah, COVID-19 is very severe. So yeah, I'll just give very short mention about that. Okay, so good afternoon, and my name is Jung-hee Yu from KIDI. And yeah, as I mentioned, today I introduce Korean typhoon flood model for property to you. And actually, we developed this model for we developed this model with Taiwan Insurance Institute. And for this version, we only consider properties, especially buildings. Yeah, but we also have crop models too. But in my presentation, due to the lack of time, I'd rather focus to introduce whole structure of catastrophe model rather than to explain very detailed part of each module. Okay, so let's start with the outline of this material. So in the first two parts, I'll explain about typhoon flood model, and then I briefly talk about our pandemic model. Okay, so yeah, this part is for framework of Korean typhoon flood model for property. As you can guess from the title of our model, present model's main hazards are wind and flood. Wind and flood, and the coverage is for property about these hazards. So we will estimate the physical loss and BI loss for properties. So this picture is the general framework of catastrophe model. Our model consists of 5 modules. First module is exposure module in this side. Yeah, and in the exposure module, we put the value of our exposure data. Insured amount, location could be some examples of this data. And second module is the event module, is this here. And at this module, we define the characteristic of Western North Pacific area typhoons, such as the annual number of typhoons, tracks, and so on. And the third module is hazard module. Yeah. At here, we analyze the specific wind speed and the rainfall amount and the inundation depth according to the typhoon path, translation speed, and the distance from the typhoon center. And the fourth module is the vulnerability module. In the vulnerability module, we define the relationship between damage ratio and wind speed and inundation depth. And the final module is financial module. We consider the insurance product condition, such as sublimit, deductible, and so on. So after considering this whole information and integrating the other modules, we can calculate the insurance payment in the financial module like this. Yeah, so now I'm gonna explain about the model building methodology. And so actually this slide is just for the our data source. Yeah, so maybe you can check because I wrote down the source. Yeah, and yeah, so now we start from event module. So in our event module, it consists of 3 parts. So first part is typhoon genesis model. And this part is for genesis of typhoon. And at this part, we simulate the location of genesis point and the date. And the second part is typhoon tracking model. In the second part, we estimate the typhoon track, intensity, translation speed, and heading direction of each point. And the third part is typhoon Rice's model. In this part, we define some Rice's conditions such as location and central pressure. And the hazard module, the next one is hazard module. So, in the hazard module, as you can see, there are 3 parts. Yeah, and the first part is for wind speed, and the wind speed for wind speed calculation. Like you can see in the red box, we collected these kinds of data, and for rainfall intensity, we consider the factors in the blue box in the middle. And those information affect the rainfall amount when they combined with wind speed. And for flood intensity, we consider the correlation between the rainfall amount and inundation depth with those data in green box. Okay. So this is a more precise structure of the wind hazard module. So wind hazard module, here we consider 4 parts. So if you can see the red box, first you can see the wind speed profile model. For this part, we adopted the Willoughby model and calculated the gradient wind speed for each location. And in the left bottom part of this box, you can see the surface roughness and orographic roughness part. And here, we calculated the roughness length for each site, and we reflect the roughness of site to the gradient wind speed that we already calculated in the wind speed profile. And another factor that we should consider is the topographic effect. If we can say that roughness is kind of frictional force to the wind, which decreases wind speed, then topographic effect makes wind speed faster in the hill and slopes. By combining this result, we can calculate the surface wind speed of a certain location. Yeah, so the right picture is the example of our result. And for rainfall intensity calculation, we need 3 parts. So first one is the R-Clipper model in the middle of this slide. In the R-Clipper model, we assume that the typhoon structure is symmetric. By this assumption, we calculate the rainfall intensity first. And second one is the vertical wind shear effect model. Because the word is a little bit difficult, so I just attached some picture. So if you see the picture, actually there's vertical wind shear. We cannot ignore the effect, especially for high latitude like Korean Peninsula. I heard that it's very severe. So from the left bottom picture, you can check the effect of vertical wind shear like this second picture. Yeah, you can see the red box. So if we consider the vertical wind shear effect, then rainfall amount should be more concentrated on the right part of typhoon. So when we calculate the rainfall amount, we should consider that. And the third one is terrain effect model. In the right bottom picture, I just show the concept of the terrain effect model. As you can see, when the clouds climb up to the mountainous area, rainfall is concentrated on the uphill. So these all kinds of effects had combined when we build up this model. Okay, so the next slide is about flood intensity calculation. As I mentioned briefly in the former slide, we checked the relationship between rainfall amount and inundation depth for each basin level. As you can see from this figure, first, we checked the target location, and then we converted rainfall amount to rainfall return period. And then we picked the same return period from flood map. Then we can expect the inundations of target location by matching the return period and inundation depth. Yeah. So the exposure module is actually easier than the other modules. So in our exposure module, we classify the exposure data to policy level, so we can calculate the loss quite specifically. Yeah, like this. So we use the grid size 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer. And this is the our data source, and it's open data portal. They provide the whole building information, data set, and the information contains location, structure, occupation, and building height, and etc. And it's very huge data set, so we aggregate the information with 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer grid. So this is just the summary of the data by grid base. And yeah, now we are going to take a close look for vulnerability module. But actually, vulnerability module's main role is suggesting the relationship between wind speed and damage and inundation depth and damage. But this slide is about wind speed and damage relationship. Actually, for calculating this part, we need a lot of insurance claim data, which have wind speed, inundation depth, and damage. But usually, very few data has those information. And furthermore, the number of big events is rare. So we cannot calculate this by ourselves. And we just take this relationship from Hedges, which is published by FEMA in USA. So by this method, we can calculate the wind damage loss for building itself and contents in the building. And actually, yeah, for the flood, it's almost same. So as you can see from this slide, in fact, there are many factors which affect flood damage. For example, inundation depth, flow velocity, and duration of inundation. Water conditions are those. But in real situation, except inundation depths, the other informations are very hard to obtain. So we assume that inundation depth is critical factor when you estimate the flood loss and only take those relationships. So the next slide is about BI loss. And BI loss means the loss of income that business suffers after a disaster. And the examples are these bold characters. But in the model, of course, we cannot consider each house or company's exact situation. So we only calculate the average BI loss for each category. So, so this slide shows how we calculate the BI loss. According to the damage ratio, we can find the average recovery days. Like recovery days is this right side table. And for each occupation, so the recovery days for each occupation class, but sometimes a building can be still available during recovery days. So for loss calculation, we need to multiply business interruption time multiplier, the left table. Yeah, so in the equation, mode is the left table. Yeah, so this this graph shows the relationship between the building loss and the days. Yeah. Yeah, so the final module is the financial module, and the financial module integrated the former module's result and consider the insurance product conditions such as sublimit or deductible. So in the financial module, we can calculate the losses for each exposure unit. So this slide shows some output that we can obtain from the model. So left picture is a probable maximum loss curve, and right picture is the average annual loss result for each storm. So this is the kind of the main result, yeah, of the typhoon flood model. Yeah, so far I've explained about the KDCAM model for property, and from next slide I'll talk about the pandemic model. After COVID-19 outbreak, we tried to build our own pandemic model, and it took about 1 year, and we just made just draft one. It's not our final version. So, but anyway, I'd like to share this concept to you. So I prepared it. So this is the whole structure of our pandemic model. And actually, this overall structure is from RMS, the Risk Management Solutions in USA. And at here, you can see the 7 parts, this number. Yeah, so the first part is the probability of pandemic. And the second one is the location of outbreak. Yeah, so these 2 parts are related with pandemic outbreak. So we name these 2 parts as outbreak module. And the third one, and the third part is infectious and lethality, and the fourth part is demographic effect. And so, and this part explains about spreading process. So we call this spread module. And number 5 and 6 are vaccine effect and national countermeasure. So these parts are prevention purpose. And the final part is pandemic life cycle. So we call this part as waves. So the result is like light picture. We can check the relationship between days and new cases. Yeah. So let's close look. Yeah, so the outbreak module. So in this part, based on the outbreak history, we can calculate the frequency for each pathogen like coronavirus and influenza virus. In the left pictures, I remarked major infectious disease information. And the red marks means pandemic, and the blue marks means the epidemic event. And the right picture is about incursion of pandemic. Of course, outbreak event itself is very important, but when it will come to come to Korea, it's also very important issue. So this picture shows the process of calculation. And the next step is considering the spread process. So at here, we adopted SEIR model, which is widely used in pandemic modeling. And SEIR stands for susceptible, exposed, infectious, and removed. At here, S means normal people not exposed to the pathogen. And E means the people who have pathogen in their body, but cannot carry a disease to other people. And I means the people who can infect other people. And people in the R compartment don't have pathogen anymore. So basic SEIR model only have SEIR compartment, but in our model, we added 4 compartments, is V and QS, QE, and QI. So V is for vaccinated people, and Q compartments are related with quarantine. Yeah, so by this process, we can calculate the whole number of each compartment. So if we are curious about how the number of I will be, then maybe then in this model we can calculate it. Yeah, for days. So the next one, the third module is about prevention, and at this module we consider the vaccine and countermeasure effect. And when we consider the vaccine effect, we should check the development and approval process time and efficacy. And for countermeasures, social distancing and lockdowns condition would affect the number of cases. So this photo is about the Pfizer vaccine development and approval process for emergency use authorization. And the final module is waves. So pandemic is not a one-time event, and periods of illness may come in multiple waves. So light picture is the COVID-19 daily cases in Korea. So as you can see, there are 4 waves until the last month, and it seems like the fifth wave is start now. Yeah, so you can see the waves at here, and not only COVID-19 but also the other pathogen could be go on in the similar way. So duration is also a very important part when you consider the number of cases. So yeah, so the time is not enough, so I explain very fast, but I hope this presentation makes you better understand about CAN model. And yeah, if you have any questions, then just email me, then I'll answer about your question. Yeah. So thanks for listening my presentation, and maybe Dr. Beck will continue after me. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Dr. Yu, thank you so much for your introduction to CAN model.
Thank you.
Now, yeah, Mr. Beck, Dr. Beck.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, okay. All right. I'm going to talk about the 2 issues briefly and shortly. The one is what kind of application we can use CAN model in insurance industry. And then the second thing is the uncertainty and efficiency of CAM model. Okay, actually the concept of CAM model has been used quite for a long time in engineering field, but actually the CAM model in insurance industry doesn't have a long history. So actually insurance industry started to invest or they use the CAM model after the Hurricane Andrew in 1992 and the Northwich earthquake in 1994. Actually before that time, the CAT model was thought as a kind of the technology, but not useful. Anyway, so that means the CAM model has very long, very short history. And CAM model was developed, and then the CAM model is used. I mean, the main purpose of CAM model is to evaluate potential loss from extreme event. But as you know, we don't have the many data, or there are low people has experienced the extreme event. That means, for example, when right after the Typhoon Jebi, the landfall of Typhoon Jebi on Japan, and maybe 2016, or anyway, the expertise in Japanese insurance industry said insurance loss could be 2 billion US dollar, and a month later, it could be double, and now it becomes more than 16 or 17 billion US dollar. So actually, the evaluation of evaluation of loss from extreme event is very difficult. So the CAN model can provide the kind of numbers for this kind of decision making. So actually, CAN model is talking about the variability from uncertainty, and then there is a very important concept and important thing of CAM model. All right, as I told you, the CAM model can give you some numbers. I mean, the loss, the expected loss from the CAT event, and these numbers can be used in the various work field in insurance industry. For example, for underwriting, if there is a new contract without loss history, the CAN model can give some expected loss for this kind of new contract, and then underwriter can compare the existing contract near the new contract, and then they can compare the most modeling result and loss history. And then underwriter can make some decision making. And other usage of CAN model in insurance industry is kind of the profitability analysis. For example, if we design the layer of the program, we don't know we cannot show which layer would be better for our company, for I mean the primary or both the reinsurance. So if CAM model can give the expected loss for each layer, then decision maker can decide okay, we would like to use this layer based on the modeling result, then the capacity, aptitude, and the tolerance of the company. This is a very simple example of the CAN model used in the insurance industry. And in addition to this, we use CAN model for various work fields. For example, retro Excel contract and design of portfolio structure and capital allocation. And is there anyone who knows the IRS? So in IRS, the CAN model takes a very important portion. And then the CAN model also used for accumulation management. And then CAN model result also applied to the regulatory and rating agency. So actually, the CAN model itself is very common in insurance industry, especially for the reinsurance. But as I know, the CAN model itself is not well known in Asian company because it's very difficult to understand and that its cost is very expensive. So, but it becomes more and more common in the industry. So if we would like to prepare some business in the property, the CAT model is potential. So for this purpose, Korean hires the AIR CAM model since 2013, and main purpose of the model is the accumulation management and underwriting and pricing and etc. Okay, the next thing I would like to talk is the uncertainty and efficiency. And CAM model requires lots of data, for example, fiscal information and financial information. But you know, it's impossible to get all the data of all exposure. So if we have very limited information of exposure, the modeling result will have more uncertainty. So the more the user provide the information, the less the CAN model give you the uncertainty. So it is very important to reduce the uncertainty to use the CAN model. For example, if we simulate the RC structure residential exposure in Japan, if we set the exposure information as unknown, that will be almost double to the original structure information. So it should the information is very important in the CAN modeling. As I told you, the main purpose of CAN model is to reduce the uncertainty from the variability, but the CAN model itself has various uncertainty from the exposure data and model run and result data. So it's very hard to understand and use the CAN model. So my recommendation is if you want to use CAN model, you need to invest time and money for the CAN modeling organization. The last thing I would like to say is the efficiency of the CAN model. This is already discussed with Dr. Lee a couple of months ago. This figure shows the exposures of the single contract we have in Taiwan. And this contract has 30,000 exposures, and we have more than 40 treaty contracts in Taiwan. Then can you imagine the number of exposures? And Taiwan is very small compared to the US. We have more than 200 treaty contracts in the US, and we have to run all the exposure. So efficiency is very important. So Dr. Lee, you remember the comments on your model. So yes, to solve this kind of the size issue, the CAT vendors hires the various solution. For example, they update their algorithm for calculation, and they started to provide the high performance cloud service. And so that means the efficiency itself is very important. And then we should decide the balancing between the efficiency and accuracy. So there is one issue I already told you to Dr. Lee. So there is the solution from the vendors, and the user also try to reduce the uncertainty and then enhance the efficiency. And Korean started the choice of Korean is spend more budget on this. So we hire the high performance cloud service, and that is the one trend of the reinsurance company in in all around the world. So this is all I would like to say, and it's already time's up. So please don't hesitate to contact me if you have any question or inquiry on CAN model. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Baek, for your additional explanation. Dr. Lee, do you have any feedback to their presentation?
Thank you very much, Dr. Baek and Dr. Yi. I have learned a lot, because you have shown lots of practice and also application from the industry side. And also in our previous discussions, you have given me lots of insights from the industry, like how to balance the efficiency and accuracy actually in the insurance industry when we talk about the catastrophe risk modeling. I have a question in terms of the efficiency side actually, because like in your presentation, basically you're talking about the computation or the current model you are investigating. I would like to know more about like what kind of other methods you are using to improve the efficiency, because I may learn from your slides is you are currently collaborating with the AIR worldwide because they actually provide the CAP model, and maybe their software now already have provided the model and also the software already for you. So from your side, how you, and apart from the cloud service, maybe it's also very necessary to incorporate the AI-based technology to improve the computation process, and also apply to your validation, because you also need to validate their results provided by the AIR worldwide. So could you share some opinions about this part?
The one option we use is the kind of the assumption, and depending on the size of business and the type of business.
Yeah.
For example, if you have the million exposures in one country, and then their pattern of the damages are very similar to each other, that means we don't need to calculate or simulate of the every exposures for I mean that 100 million times. Then we can use the stochastic approach. So okay, this kind of the exposure has a similar pattern, so then we can make some assumption. That it could be the one option to reduce the computation effort. So we call it the kind of the ID or something.
Yeah.
So you can talk it. We can have more discussion sometime later.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And another small question is related to the extreme event. Because like from my slide, one of my research study is actually focusing on kind of multi-hazard feature, because in recent years, especially when we talk about the climate change and also some compounding effect of these climate-related hazards, it's more common to have very rare extreme events and cause a lot of financial loss for our cities. So what kind of methods or potential research like in your companies or in the industry you are trying to make the effort? What kind of research ideas or other insights you can share about this site?
Relating to climate change?
Yes, and also the extreme events, because I think if we only analyze the potential loss based on the historical data, it's not very enough, because it's very different will like happen in the future, like how you could
make this. But we divide the methodology to two types. One is a scenario type, and then the other is a stochastic type. And do you remember this slide from Dr. Yu? He said there is a stochastic model. He started the illustration of his model from the stochastic model. And stochastic model generates more than 10,000 years of the virtual event. There's very common, and recently the RMS model generate the 100,000 years the virtual event. So that is the one option we use. So we better to skip this discussion because it's a little bit hard to understand. So when we already over time.
Yeah, we can have more discussion later and also have a more detailed introduction to each other. Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Yi and Dr. Beck.
All right. In case of social science, particularly in economic, most of the forecastings are found to be incorrect. I hope you will have better accuracy in the estimating or forecasting natural disaster or catastrophic event in face of the environmental changes, including the climate changes we are facing. Okay. I guess most of the insurance companies and the government or the private companies in the financial institutions are concerned about the climate changes. Okay. I wish you good luck with your future career, and particularly Dr. Lee with a new job. Okay. Thank you so much for coming to our conference. Okay. Thank you also goes to the Dr. Yu and the back. Okay. See you again.
Thank you.
Future.
Yeah,
okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we are moving on to the last but not the least presentation of the Professor Edi Junarsin in Indonesia, the UGM, University of Gajah Mada, where the current president of Indonesia studied and graduated. So one of the best top 3 university in Indonesia. Okay. Edi Junarsin, Professor, floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Professor Jung, all professors who are attending the conference or the session. Nice to see you all again, especially Professor Jung. Haven't talked to you for a while, and very happy to see you healthy and yeah, motivated. Okay, let me introduce myself quickly. I'm Edi Junarsin from Indonesia. And on this occasion, I'll present our small piece of paper, actually, quite in the introductory stage still, about sustainable insurance. And I think it's quite related to the theme of the organization and also the conference. So when Professor Jung was asking about, potential presenters for the conference, then I told him that we had this kind of paper and it might be quite suitable to the conference. So let me quickly share my screen. Okay, so this is about the development of sustainable insurance products in Indonesia. And this has been, or it has become more a bigger issue recently with the sustainability, concept and also issue in many fields, including in the financial institution and insurance. So I think many aspects of the sustainability and the green or sustainable aspect of business and financial institutions have been explained by previous presenters, so I think I will go through it quickly. So sustainable products in Indonesia has become a more heated and bigger issue recently, and we define here as sustainable products, especially in the context of Indonesia, that we are talking about the economic, social, and governance factors in product features, including in insurance. So we have this kind of organization, we call it Financial Services Authority, or OJK, and for the last maybe 4 to 5 years, there have been more and more concern about the implementation of sustainable finance by financial institutions. And actually we have a myriad of, not really a lot right now, but we have quite a myriad of sustainable insurance products, something like this. I have not included all of them in the PPT, unfortunately, but I can show you quickly here. These are the categories of the sustainable insurance, like related to clean and renewable energy. We have a list of insurance products there, and then energy conservation, pollution prevention and control, then related to biological resources and sustainable land usage. I think this number 4 is probably most famous among all the other categories, because we are talking about the rice farmer insurance, agricultural insurance, animal fisheries, and agricultural products, especially agricultural process and products, insurance products in those areas. And then conservation of land and water, biodiversity, eco-friendly transportation, sustainable water and wastewater management, adaptation to climate change. Again, this is another big and famous issue in Indonesia as well. And then products that can reduce resources use and less pollution, green building, and finally the small and medium enterprises, micro, small, and medium enterprises. So this kind of issues in the insurance sector have become, more and more concerning, products and regulations in Indonesia. So in essence, we are saying that Indonesian insurers have a lot of a big room for maneuver in product offering. So our paper here purports to see the level of understanding, and then the current situations or current product offer, and also the future potential for sustainable insurance in Indonesia. Again, this are our research objective. Again, this paper is still in the, I think, preliminary stage. We collected data, we wrote the first draft, but I think we still have to synthesize some issues here and there before sending out to an academic journal. So research objective here, the first one is the level of understanding. So we analyze the level of understanding, and then the current circumstances or the current standing of the sustainable insurance implementation right now in Indonesia. And of course, the third one is we try to explore the potentials of the sustainable insurance product in Indonesia. Theoretical foundation, I think I will go through quickly. Major purposes, I think has been known to, I think, all of you in your research, in your teaching, this kind of, sustainable insurance as part of sustainable financial institutions, risk management, the innovative solutions, performance enhancement, and of course, the more importantly is the longevity of the ESG, including the economy as well, environment, society, economy, governance in general. So in recent years, focus has been shifted more and more toward this kind of issue, inclusive insurance, and we depicted an example here. the GIZ organization, that they did a lot of things in Africa, and many things are quite, not exactly the same, but quite similar, analogous to the situation in Indonesia, for example, about the crop failure, extreme weather events, and something like that. So the challenges to any insurance firm would be risk identification and measurement. That's the classical challenges, as well as opportunities to an insurance firm everywhere in the world. And especially if we see the third point here, insurance products that insure the climate change basically have a lot of potential in Indonesia, because now Indonesia is is predominantly agricultural agricultural country, with a lot of crops, the whole agricultural process that we could imagine. So this would be quite crucial actually to the country, to farmers, to the industry as well. And you can see here another example of the event here. V20 countries, so they conducted studies on the creation of a sovereign V2 climate risk pooling mechanism to share this kind of risk, so economic and financial risks, to improve the social issues, the agricultural issues, and also, of course, the business issues or business performance. So issues that are main concerns of sustainable insurance are green issues, social issues, and governance. But we can quickly see green issues are related, intertwined with something like the natural disasters, agricultural challenges, and also opportunities. And social issues would be like human rights violation, health risks, aging population, demographic bonus, financial inclusion. Whereas governance issues are of course related with the monitoring process, the stakeholders, organizational values, code of ethics, code of conduct, principles, transparency, and some issues like that. So the definition and meaning of sustainability has always, broadened from time to time. So in the past, I think when we talked about the sustainability in Indonesia, or maybe in other countries in the world, we talked about like green issues, but nowadays we incorporate it more and more, something like social issues, governance issues. So I think I can skip this one quickly. So data were collected through a questionnaire. Unfortunately, in the country, we have yet to have like complete databases on like sustainable insurance. So we had to send out the distribute questionnaire sets to 44 companies, and even when we conducted this research, when we distributed questionnaire, we got a lot of help from the Financial Services Authority, without which we were not sure that we could do it, because you could imagine if we distributed the questionnaires to insurance firms, especially those offering like sustainable insurance products, we were not sure that they would be interested in filling out the questionnaires and returning the questionnaires to us. But with the Financial Services Authority, which is a very powerful body in Indonesia, those companies, I think, were quite reluctant not to return our questionnaire. So that's the good thing about collaborating with the regulator or regulatory body like OJK, Financial Services Authority. So we have 5 parts here, and we analyze using the structural equation modeling. So these are our major variables here: level of knowledge, and then level of readiness, and then level of current product development. And finally, the one at the bottom is the potential sustainable insurance products. And if I can go quickly here, and these are our model, the framework of our research. So we adapted this kind of model from the TPB, theory of planned behavior. We believe that the behavior would be affected by intention. Intention would come from the attitude toward behavior, subjective norm, and of course, the perceived behavioral control. So we could quickly show you that here, of the 4 major variables, 3 of them are exogenous variables, and the other one is endogenous. So the number of items here, 11 for knowledge, 11 questionnaire items for knowledge, 15 for readiness, 19 for current development, and 11 for potential. And see our variable definitions here. So the first 3 variables are exogenous. So the understanding of the adoption level of 8 principles of sustainable finance. So we define that as the level of knowledge, and then readiness, and then the current development. So it's that development of insurance products based on the categories there, or I think in the US we will call it the SIC, the Standard Industry Classification for this kind of ESG components in the insurance products. And the 4th one is potential development in the future. Again, those variables are represented by the questionnaire items, and standard, measurements here for internal consistency, reliability, convergent validity, discriminant validity, and other things. We have the rules of thumb there, and results here. Again, we distributed questionnaires to, I think, more than 60, but only 44 came back clean. It could be used as sample in our research. See the breakdown there: 29 small scale, 9 small and medium sized, 4 big insurance firms, and 1 medium sized. So we got the convergent validity here. Almost all of the items were safely acceptable or quickly acceptable, except one, the development. Current development showed a slightly lower coefficient than the target AVE, which was 0.5. So it's like 0.499, so almost 0.5, but slightly below that. However, we argue that because the composite reliability is still higher than 0.6, then we could safely say that, or adequately say that, the convergent validity is still fulfilling the minimum requirement for the convergent validity. And then the next one would be the discriminant validity. So we measure it as we compare the square roots of the AVE coefficients with the correlations among the latent variables, and we find out that the square roots of AVE, all of the square roots of AVE coefficients exceed the correlations among the latent variables. So this is quite solid. And then the reliability, of course, we are based on the Kornberg's alpha and composite reliability. All are above 0.7, so it's acceptable and quite meeting the standards. And these are our main analysis results. You could see here the level of knowledge affects the level of readiness positively and significantly. And then the level of readiness affects current development positively and significantly as well. And if you see the direct path from knowledge to potential and current development to potential, they also show like significant and positive effects. However, the level of readiness, so our results show that the level of readiness doesn't affect the level of the potential development of sustainable insurance products in the future significantly. So the level of readiness doesn't show a significant impact on the potential of the potential of future sustainable insurance products in Indonesia. So based on the results here, we could synthesize and conclude that actually the level of knowledge is very important, because it will affect the level of readiness, but it could also affect directly to the potential development of sustainable insurance products in Indonesia. And likewise, the current development, right, could affect the potential development of sustainable insurance products in Indonesia. Meaning that if a certain insurance company has been developing or has been offering sustainable insurance products, then that company or that insurance firm is also more likely to develop future sustainable insurance products in Indonesia. So the level of readiness is quite special. It will affect the potential development indirectly, because we see the direct path doesn't show a significant impact, but the level of readiness would affect current development positively and significantly. And from the current development, it will affect the level of potential positively and significantly. So I think that would be the temporary draft and also results of our paper. We have plenty of, actually quite a lot of descriptive statistics and also some findings there, but for the first draft, we try to focus on the path and also the levels of impacts or significances here. I think that's all for now. Thank you very much, Professor Jung and all professors here. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Professor Junarajin. He presented a paper to describe the factors influencing the sustainable insurance development in Indonesia using the questionnaires to 44 insurance companies. In fact, it's hard to survey to insurance company top level management more than the 400 potential customers. But he did, he made it with probably much of effort. Okay. Any questions to Professor Junarajin? We spent 9 hours on this conference from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Korean time.
It's wonderful.
With 19 papers in a row.
Right. I would imagine.
From information asymmetry to the ESG insurance.
Yeah. Very cool.
Any comment or discussion on today's presentation or the Professor Junarajin's paper? Wasn't it difficult to contact the management? They are willing to respond to your question?
Yeah, because so when we distributed the questionnaires, we also put the logo of the Financial Services Authority.
I see.
So yeah, so this is a regulator. So this Financial Services Authority have the authority to confirm the directors and also management. So those companies are afraid of the regulator because the Financial Services Authority has the authority to confirm if you want to become a director or CEO, top executive, director or top executive, you have to be confirmed by the regulator.
Of course.
So that's why we got a lot of help from the FSA.
I see. You made a special request to OJK.
Right. Yes.
And you look slimmer than last year.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, yeah. I tried to improve my diet, so I lost
wonderful.
Maybe 40 pounds.
40 pounds? Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's right.
20 kilograms.
Yes, 27. Yeah, 27 kilograms. Yeah, more than 40 pounds.
Yeah. Wow. Your face is now half size than before.
Right. Yes.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
And the COVID situation in Indonesia has subsided. You know, the number of cases much better than that it was last year. It was terrible last year.
Okay. Yeah, Professor Junarajin made deliver a lecture for SKKU student a few years ago. Okay, I appreciate your wonderful lecture once again. Okay.
Thank you.
So if there is no more question or comment, we will close up today's meeting after 9 hours. So we will meet again tomorrow 9 a.m. For probably 12 papers, or 13 papers, including the interesting disaster management system in ASEAN countries from the Lao perspective. And in the morning session, we'll have 3 Korean experts in water resource management. They are worldwide renowned expert in the environment, in particular water resource. So you can enjoy another day with this conference. Okay, have a good evening, one night, and see you again tomorrow. Thank you so much for your participation.
Thank you.
Bye
See
now.
you.
Thank you, Professor.
So Professor Jung, the Zoom link remains the same tomorrow?
Same thing. Yes.
Or,
same thing.
okay,
Yes.
same.
Yes,
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, Soyoung did a nice job. Thank you.
Oh yeah.
Thank you so much, Professor.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Professor.
Indra sent us a first presentation material. And Mr. Shim, Oyunjin, Hirom. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor Chung.
Bye.